twilight lies gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets trembling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, just that star-spangled banner, yeah, wave for the land under the frame, and the home of the brave. Because we are the brave. Yes, we are the brave. We'll fight you in the name of the brave. We are the US of A. For those unaware, that flag is still there. It's our future to save. Stand of the brave, the US of A. Oh, say, just that star-spangled banner, yeah, wave for the land under the frame, in the home of the
One little bit of housekeeping first. Okay. Now, you know that I put out the Food Forest Bible. This is the hardbound book. Super, I mean, you're talking super high def color book. Very expensive. In fact, if you just went to a Kinko's and tried to color copy this thing, it'd cost you about $750 to $1,000. This is the hardbound mega book. Now, let me tell you why I'm doing this. I got my heart broke the other day when somebody in chat said, all right, I finally got your Food Forest Bible. But mine didn't have any pictures in it. Look, folks, when you go to Amazon, by the way, I want to let you know, Amazon bought the full color hardbound publishing company. They're now the best at doing full color hardbound publishing, right? This is a mega book, folks. Ebook, softbound, but it's designed to go with you out in the garden so you know what you're looking at, so you can look at everything, so you can understand how to identify, etc. It's designed to be with you outside. And it's a whole planning guide in there as well. Let me see if I can find it in here where you can plan out your food forest, right? And also look at designs that other people over time had done so you understand what you're doing. That's what this is. It's a textbook. But it pains me to say, some of y'all have been fooled. I want to tell you real quick about what's called the gray market. Now, on the left, you are seeing the original, the first, the most complete, the real deal. So the original authentic Food Forest Bible, you see my name on the front. Unfortunate things about books is you can't protect titles. Titles are titles. There are multiple other Food Forest Bibles. They'll use my copy. They'll use my keywords. And even look at the designs. You're looking at them on the right. See what they do? And so they know that this book is a runaway bestseller. They know it's the #1 bestseller. They even copy, this book will feed your spirit. This book will feed your soul. I mean, it's pretty hilarious what they do. But what they're doing is they're kind of ripping you off, making you think you're getting the authentic one. And somebody says, well, there's no pictures in here. And it's because you didn't get my book. Isn't that like even how our political system works? Here's something real quick, a headline. Oh, that's it. And you jump to it. And it's not even the real deal. This breaks my heart that people have to go through this. They deceived you. Personally, you should return the book, especially if you're thinking you're getting what we've been talking about all this time, and you're looking for all the detailed pictures of everything in it and how you identified anything. You get some book that's, one's got a girl and she wants to promote the all-vegan lifestyle, right? One, it's 7 books in one. Please don't be fooled. And I apologize that happened to you guys, right? I'm very sorry that happened, but thank you all who made this the bestseller that it is. Make sure you see my name there. My heart aches for you guys. My heart aches for you guys. And then you have some people, I'm seeing ads now, they'll take my book and they're doing the hard copy and then they're posting it, trying to sell it for $300, which is really weird too. And it's because it's such a hit. It's because it's such needed. And it's because it's the runaway #1 bestseller. Please, 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 just make sure you get the right one. Okay, we're going to talk about the crap, right? We're going to talk about the crap going on. And by the way, I saw this meme and I loved it. My grandfather used to say that once in your life, you need a doctor, a lawyer, a policeman, and a preacher. But every day, 3 times a day, you need a farmer. And boy, isn't that the truth? Well, our system's doing it to us again. We spent all these years together, like all my work in the full forensic audit in Arizona, teaching you how to understand where the bad voters that are taking over our country, that are stealing our money. Isn't it funny? That's exactly what these people with gray market books are doing. And by the way, thank you for leaving your reviews on Amazon. Although I did, the one of the ladies that wrote the gray market book left me a 1-star on my book. Isn't that nice? Anyway, we've been doing this for years, digging into how do we save our country? How do I save ourselves? Forensic investigation, the whole bit. And we've been through it. We survived 2020. We're not in the clear, just like I told you about the elections. We're not in the clear just because Donald Trump got in. Nothing's changing, folks, right? Nothing. Because come the midterms, we're going to have some serious troubles. And so I want to talk to you right now. I'm going to show you the writing on the wall. I'm going to show you in advance, just like I told you in December 2020. Do not go to Washington, D.C. on January 6th. I've always kept you ahead of the curve, always. And we've got to talk about what's going on now, because danger is headed our way in a very, very serious way. And I need you prepared. Share this program right now. Share it. Lift a finger. Share it. Let's get started right after this.
This crazy world is telling you your sons can be daughters and your daughters can be your sons. When will the madness stop? Never. So you have to decide, will you comply or defy? They tell us all, you will own nothing, eat bugs, and be happy. Is this why America's largest food processing plants and food supply plants keep burning down? Do you really think this is a coincidence? Of course not. The system is telling us right to our faces what they have planned for us. You have a choice. Comply or simply defy their plan for us all. Defy the system's plan and execute your own plan. Abundant, safe, secure natural food supply. Introducing the Food Forest Bible. This bestseller by Jovan Hutton Pulitzer is the single most complete, executable, easy-to-follow plan for sustainable, self-managing food production for self-sufficiency and food security. For the first time ever, a coffee table, heirloom quality full color book which unlocks the ancient secrets of creating a food forest. Imagine planting in a way which requires no digging, no pesticides, and creates massive ancient food abundance. No fooling. Food forests are the ancient secret to planning and planting once. And have your own Garden of Eden, which will feed your families for decade after decade. Buck the system. Buck the New World Order and order your very own copy of Jovan Hutton Pulitzer's Food Forest Bible. Learn how to create a sustainable, self-managing, natural food production for self-sufficiency and food security for your family. Side yard, small yard, backyard, backlot, or even lots of acres, the Food Forest Bible works for everyone. Order on Amazon, hardcover, softcover, or ebook. Don't comply. Expertly defy the system.
Would you ever eat government vaccines? Feed your family hormones or antibiotics? Never ever do that to your family. So, why buy beef the same way you've always bought beef? You're buying meat glue bonded, hormone-filled, antibiotic-riddled grocery store meat. Say no to supermarket medicated Franken meats and say hello to NeverEverBeef.club. Always 100% USDA prime or high choice. That's restaurant grade. Never Ever is not ever just select beef or even standard or ungraded store branded meat. It's simply the very best cut and tasting steak you have ever had. We have never ever given our herd hormones, antibiotics, or even mRNA vaccines. Never ever. Pure blood genetics. We've raised our herds this way for over 30 generations. They simply have never ever had antibiotics, hormones, or killer vaccines. Grass-fed the way nature intended, in almost 500,000 acres of high pasture environments. Finished off with non-modified feed crops we grow ourselves. We even own our own 210,000 square foot processing plant. And as an added bonus for our NeverEverBeef.club members, we age our steaks in our state-of-the-art 780,000 cubic foot aging facility. Only top restaurants do that, so they can charge you $100 or more for a little bitty steak. We age our meat because we want you to have the very best restaurant quality USDA prime or high choice, pure blood, purebred beef at a price your family can afford in these financially challenging times. Sure, you can keep paying the price for supermarket cheap, standard, and ungraded store meat brands if you love feeding your family Franken meat. So never ever settle for less. Join our NeverEverBeef.club. Take control of your health and your family food supply right now. Join NeverEverBeef.club. We are real people with real families just like you. So we personally customize your order right over the phone. Now that's customer service. And there is absolutely no obligation when we call. You decide what bundle is best for your needs. No hormones, antibiotics, or even mRNA vaccines. Never had them and never ever will. Never ever cut corners on your food supply or family's health. Join NeverEverBeef.club now.
Cut the crap. How many times a day do you want to say that to politicians? The elite, the loony liberals, the fake news media. and the gender-confused, emotional socialist snowflake crowd. Cut the Crap is your secret weapon for fighting for our freedoms and our great republic. It all begins with a massive mental enema, freeing you from the toxic news and politically correct views, which constipate your consciousness with stinking thinking. Your host, Joe Von Hutton Pulitzer. He's known for calling out politicians and telling them to cut the crap. You've seen him on virtually every television network and listened to him on Coast to Coast Radio. And now he's here to help you learn to fight for America. Culture, race, and American politics. They all have one thing in common. They all need to cut the crap. Now, here's your host, Joe Von Hutton Pulitzer.
Okay, folks, welcome back to the program. We're going to be talking about some crap, culture, race, and American politics. Yeah, and our politicians are doing it to us again. Now, shame on us, right? If we don't learn from the crap they do to us. Think about yourself. 2020 and the pandemic and all that crap, you learned more than you could ever imagine about our system, how it's broke when it comes to voting, what a good ballot is, what a fake ballot is, et cetera, et cetera. You are prime stock, baby. The system's doing it to us again. And I got to tell you, I think it's going to be more relentless. Think about how many people around you right now are sick. Weird type of flu. Symptoms worse. You got to understand, folks, we are at war. We are at war, right? And by the way, just for y'all folks, I just saw somebody say it in chat, and it's true. One of the things I do to stay ahead of it is take oil of oregano, which is like putting an antibiotic right in your system. It's powerful stuff, works well. I'm very big on the natural side of it. But folks, our government is against the people. Now, I want to show you what caused me to do this special episode. Okay, let me find the video here. Right here. I showed you this the other day. Brand new story. And I go, wait a minute. Am I not paying attention enough?
Tonight of the first human bird flu death here in the U.S. and what we're learning about the patient who has died. Here's ABC.
Okay, human has died. We're going to unpack this. Don't leave. You've got to see this because even I was appalled. I'm going to tell you, in doing this broadcast, you know, when you see me look around, I've got 12 screens in front of me, all around me. Kind of think like CSI and the forensics room and all the screens. And even loading up everything into our systems, the images, the videos, or whatever, we had to pull some back from the servers because there was just too much to show you. And I'm only showing you what's going on right now, just within these few months window. Listen to these words. Listen to what they've tied it to. Listen to what's coming.
Tonight of the first human bird flu death here in the U.S. and what we're learning about the patient who has died. Here's ABC's Ariel Reshef.
Tonight, health officials reporting the first death from bird flu in the U.S. The patient, who was over 65 with underlying health conditions, had been hospitalized in Louisiana since mid-December after being exposed to the virus through a flock of birds in a backyard.
The risk is still very low. Remember, this is from someone who has had direct contact with backyard flocks, so direct connection to wildlife in a way that most people don't have.
The CDC analyzed the virus in that Louisiana patient and found concerning new mutations which could help the virus infect people more easily. But so far, there has been no evidence of human-to-human spread.
We are not seeing person-to-person transmission. That change would indicate a real problem, and we're not seeing that yet.
Health officials urging the public to avoid consuming unpasteurized dairy products. The FDA now testing aged cheese made with raw cow's milk. And David, tonight, public health officials are also warning not to feed your pets raw food after at least one cat in Oregon died from the virus. David?
We're going to watch this very closely. Ariel, thank you.
Okay. I'm going to play it one more time because I want you to keyword in it. This is the basis because I'm looking going, wow, this is on the evening news. They made sure they told you it was backyard birds. That means your chickens. That means your friends that you buy fresh eggs from. Bird flu. And then they told you it's in eggs and milk. Pay attention.
Tonight of the first human bird flu death here in the U.S. and what we're learning about the patient who has died. Here's ABC's Ariel Reshef.
Tonight, health officials reporting the first death from bird flu in the U.S. The patient, who was over 65 with underlying health conditions, had been hospitalized in Louisiana since mid-December after being exposed to the virus through a flock of birds in a backyard.
The risk is still very low. Remember, this is from someone who has had direct contact with backyard flocks, so direct connection to wildlife in a way that most people don't have.
The CDC analyzed the virus in that Louisiana patient and found concerning new mutations which could help the virus infect people more easily. But so far, there has been no evidence of human-to-human spread.
We are not seeing person-to-person transmission. That change would indicate a real problem, and we're not seeing that yet.
Health officials urging the public to avoid consuming unpasteurized dairy products. The FDA now testing aged cheese made with raw cow's milk. And David, tonight, public health officials are also warning not to feed your pets raw food after at least one cat in Oregon died from the virus. David?
We're going to watch this very closely. Ariel, thank you.
I know, by the way, some of you told me in chat that the nevereverbeef.club, try it without the HTTPS. But anyway, the moment we ran that, server's under attack. We'll get it fixed. If you have a problem, you send me a direct email. Now, raw milk, eggs, etc. Now, I'm already seeing in chat that people are saying, oh, I saw some big CEO, whatever. They're saying it's a hoax. They're saying it's bad. That's good. That's bad. Not because I am worried about you catching it. You got to understand what's really being done. So you're saying I should not be worried about it because it's fake. Okay, you're right. Now I'm going to show you what it's about. I want you to pay attention to something real quick because it's not about bird flu per se. See if you can watch this video and tell me what it's really about.
How many animals humans eat every year?
You probably didn't know that 800,000 camels are eaten a year. Camel meat. I watched a butchering of a camel. It was rather interesting, right? It's supposed to be good. I've never had camel. In many ways, I've never had camel toes or otherwise.
How many animals humans eat every year?
Yeah, you saw dogs on there. Pay attention. Watch the charts. Watch what you're eating, right? And I know, look, no offense. Some people say camel toes are the best eating. Okay.
How many animals humans eat every year?
I'm going to play that again, but I want you to understand you're going to get that damn vaccine whether you like it or not. Yes, there were dogs and cats on there. Watch it one more time. This is about chicken, period. The mighty chicken. And they want to fuck the clock. It's true. I'm going to show you why. Don't think this is just about control. It's much more sinister. Wait till you see everything unpacked. Here's the numbers again.
How many animals humans eat every year?
Okay, so I want you to understand that it's hard. It's about food supply, and I'm gonna prove it to you. And by the way, some of you were saying pigeons. Yeah, capons. Pigeons are great eating. So is guinea pigs. It's actually technically the cavi version of a guinea pig. But people eat a lot of things. But if that's the top of the pyramid, that's where all the control is. That's what everybody eating. And at this time, they want to control everything you eat. You got to understand. Now, I'm showing you something different. Don't beg off. Don't beg off. Well, I'm not going to get a vaccine. You are. And it's coming.
Exposing the ancient secrets of royalty to grow giant fruit in small spaces. You won't believe how easy it is. Hey there, fellow gardeners. Have you heard about Jovan Hutton Pulitzer's new blockbuster book, Ancient Secret for Growing Giant Fruit in Small Spaces? It's taking Amazon by storm. This isn't just any gardening book. We're talking about ancient methods once reserved for kings and queens, now revealed to the world. Yes, you heard right. Royal secrets for your backyard. Struggling with limited space? No problem. This book teaches you groundbreaking techniques to grow enormous, luscious fruits, even in the smallest of spaces. Imagine tricking fruit trees to bear fruit in months, not years, and growing produce up to 100% larger than what you find in stores. Sounds like magic, right? Pulitzer dives deep into history, uncovering how nobility ensured bountiful harvests. Now, these time-tested secrets are yours to transform your home garden into a paradise fit for royalty. Whether you're an urban dweller, a new homeowner, or an experienced gardener, this book has something for you. It's packed with practical tips and easy-to-follow methods. From enriching soil to perfect pruning techniques, you'll be growing giant fruits in no time. So why wait? Grab your copy of Ancient Secret for Growing Giant Fruit in Small Spaces now and start your journey to garden greatness. Your home is your castle. Let's make it majestic. Remember, gardening isn't just about plants. It's about connecting with history, nature, and your own little slice of Eden. Happy gardening.
I'm begging you, please pay attention. I'm begging you, please pay attention. Now, let's take a true look. Let's take a true look. Who's spam? Oh, me. Let's take a true look at what the American diet has transmorphed. And yeah, it's probably that ugly trans crap too.
Here's what I ate in a day on the petroleum diet, starting off the morning with some Lucky Charms for the classics, the red 40, the yellow 5, the yellow 6, the blue 1, getting a nice petrochemical dose first thing in the morning. Then I'm off to Starbucks to get my morning brew, a boiling cup of coffee in plastic cup to release some of that polyethylene, billions of microplastics and nanoplastics. Then I'm off to McDonald's for lunch, a lot of Cedos in the bun, in the fries, hoping to get some of that good hexane residue from the extraction process. I gotta get my daily aspartame dose, it's synthesized with methanol, I can't skip that. And in the french fries I'm getting dimethyl polysoloxane. For a midday snack we're stopping at the 7-Eleven, we're grabbing a Monster Energy drink for the benzoic acid made from toluene, and I'm grabbing a Reese's cup for the TBHQ preservative made from butane. These are key for my petrochemical diversity. For dinner, a frozen pizza, I'm going for that glyphosate. It's not directly a petroleum derivative, but hey, I'm getting the most famous herbicide in the world. And of course gotta eat it with a Chick-fil-A sauce for the EDTA, a preservative made from ethylene diamine, formaldehyde, sodium cyanide, all derived from petroleum. And for dessert before sleep, I can't forget about my Polysorbate 80, just to help take the edge off while I watch some of my favorite videos. If you're eating this way, you are too maximizing your petrochemical intake. Send this to a friend who needs to see this.
Now, you think that that's a joke. It's not. Not at all. It is exactly what our system does to us, what our system has a vested interest in, and it's all about control. Like, why would you, right, get pears that were grown in Argentina but packed in Thailand? Think about it. You hate seeing it. But yet they're telling you that eggs and raw milk are bad. But did you know that you could get Mrs. Butterworth's epic pancakes with Fruity Pebbles syrup? And it's totally fine? Yeah. But here's what we're going to talk about. And I need you to pay attention because I'm probably going to show you your hometown, and it's about choking the chicken. What were you thinking? Yes, they're choking the chickens. This is how they test the chickens. And in the midst of this testing of chickens, right, a few things happen. Because if they, in fact, find one bird that they say is infected, they kill the entire flock. In case you didn't know this about me, my second largest, most significant patent portfolio is in diagnostic and immunology testing, lateral flow chromatography. You know, the tests like your birth control, not your birth control test, but your pregnancy test, you know, piss on the blue stick. Look them up. So I actually know what the hell I'm talking about. Don't let it fool you. I'm just a nerd hiding out in a biker's body. But PCR testing can be grossly off. And that's part of the rig. Now, in this scare that's going on, I'm going to show you the push-pull. I hope you pay attention to everything, right? Here's part of the issue. In this scare with chickens, right? You're now finding that your dozen of eggs can be $13.39. By the way, it's going through the roof. Okay. You're now seeing in the stores that there's no, you're going to see it in chicken very soon. It's catching up. Egg shortage due to bird flu. Stock is limited. You're already seeing this stuff. You're already seeing this stuff. Now, these are all current headlines. Do you like the fact that now that more than 70% of California's dairy cow herds are infected with bird flu? I only gave you one story. Human died, transferred, oh my God. More than 70% of California's dairy cow herds are infected with bird flu. Now, you got two things here. You got what's called a push-pull. They're telling you it's factory farms, and they're telling you it's the birds in your backyard. Even though you know differently. It's like milk. You know that raw milk, which they're attacking, you watch what was going on in Pennsylvania, contains a wide variety of essential nutrients, fats, proteins, anti-inflammatory, and digestive enzymes, and bioavailable. That means you can use it, vitamins and mineral, all in a natural form, which is already easily utilized by the body. In addition, raw milk facilitates production of lactase enzyme in the intestinal tract, allowing many people who are lactose intolerant to digest raw milk with no problem. See, but there's an issue. Part of this push-pull, which I'm going to get into it, is what you don't know is they're going to get there anyway because they're putting it in the vaccines. You think I'm talking about you? I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the animals. Let's go on this ride.
I'm a conspiracy theorist. Of course I drink raw milk. Did you know that the biggest salmonella outbreak was actually from pasteurized milk, not raw milk?
Do you remember when I gave you that lesson of raw milk and where they got this thing that they've got the pasteurized milk because raw milk will kill you? Do you remember when I gave you that deep lesson?
And it was really around the turn of the 20th century that raw milk kind of started getting looked at in an unfavorable light. They put a lot of dairies in cities next to distilleries, and basically they would be inside of a building being fed the spent grains from distilleries, and it made these cows extremely unhealthy. They would actually add chalk to the milk to make it look like milk because it was so watery, and these cows got tuberculosis and it spread like wildfire through these industrial dairies, and I mean just disease was rampant in these dairies. And then the pasteurization process came about, and it basically made this milk drinkable and without killing you. And that's kind of when there started to be a change in how people looked at milk. I mean, at that time there was still a lot of small farms out in the countryside that produced quality milk, but as more and more people moved to the city and fewer and fewer people raised cows on a small scale, basically the pasteurized milk became the norm for everybody. And I think we're still left with that legacy that the state inspectors and federal inspectors still want to think that raw milk is unsafe when it actually can be produced extremely safe. There's been no deaths from raw milk in the last 15 years, but if you look in the media headlines, you wouldn't think that. You would think it's the most dangerous food out there.
Come on.
But it can be done safe, and it is being done safe. And by the federal government's own estimates, 3% of the population drinks raw milk on a regular basis. So if it was such a dangerous food, I mean, we'd be seeing people sick left and right, and we just don't see it.
Okay, so there's a push to get rid of raw milk. I grew up on raw milk. Some of you might ask, what does raw milk taste like? You remember the first time that you stopped drinking your family's old Folgers coffee and you had a good cup of truly fresh ground coffee bean coffee, and it was like, holy smokes, I never knew. Or when you finally had a homegrown tomato versus that little sickly, pale, crunchy tomato that you get at the store now. Raw milk's the bomb. But remember, if you're drinking raw milk, chances are you got a cow. Now, I'm going to take you on a journey here because they're vaccinating all the animals. They're giving them vaccines. Vaccinating. You can use that word if you want. They're vaccinating all the animals. They're putting it in there.
This crazy world is telling you your sons can be daughters and your daughters can be your sons. When will the madness stop? Never. So you have to decide, will you comply or defy? They tell us all, you will own nothing, eat bugs, and be happy. Is this why America's largest food processing plants and food supply plants keep burning down? Do you really think this is a coincidence? Of course not. The system is telling us right to our faces what they have planned for us. You have a choice. Comply or simply defy their plan for us all. Defy the system's plan and execute your own plan. Abundant, safe, secure natural food supply. Introducing the Food Forest Bible. This bestseller by Jovan Hutton Pulitzer is the single most complete, executable, easy-to-follow plan for sustainable, self-managing food production for self-sufficiency and food security. For the first time ever, a coffee table, heirloom quality full color book which unlocks the ancient secrets of creating a food forest. Imagine planting in a way which requires no digging, no pesticides, and creates massive ancient food abundance. No fooling. Food forests are the ancient secret to planting and planting once. And have your own Garden of Eden, which will feed your families for decade after decade. Buck the system. Buck the New World Order and order your very own copy of Jovan Hutton Pulitzer's Food Forest Bible. Learn how to create a sustainable, self-managing, natural food production for self-sufficiency and food security for your family. Side yard, small yard, backyard, backlot, or even lots of acres, the Food Forest Bible works for everyone. Order on Amazon, hardcover, softcover, or ebook. Don't comply. Expertly defy the system.
We're in trouble. The next headlines I'm going to show you are going to blow your minds. Everything I'm showing you is immediately current. They've already done it. They're already prepared. The same doctors and companies are involved. Yeah, wait till you see this. Quick pee-pee break. Don't run away.
This crazy world is telling you your sons can be daughters and your daughters can be your sons. When will the madness stop? Never. So you have to decide, will you comply or defy? They tell us all, you will own nothing, eat bugs, and be happy. Is this why America's largest food processing plants and food supply plants keep burning down? Do you really think this is a coincidence? Of course not. The system is telling us right to our faces what they have planned for us. You have a choice. Comply or simply defy their plan for us all. Defy the system's plan and execute your own plan. Abundant, safe, secure natural food supply. Introducing the Food Forest Bible. This bestseller by Jovan Hutton Pulitzer is the single most complete, executable, easy-to-follow plan for sustainable, self-managing food production for self-sufficiency and food security. For the first time ever, a coffee table, heirloom quality full color book which unlocks the ancient secrets of creating a food forest. Imagine planting in a way which requires no digging, no pesticides, and creates massive ancient food abundance. No fooling. Food forests are the ancient secret to planting and planting once. And have your own Garden of Eden, which will feed your families for decade after decade. Buck the system. Buck the New World Order and order your very own copy of Jovan Hutton Pulitzer's Food Forest Bible. Learn how to create a sustainable, self-managing, natural food production for self-sufficiency and food security for your family. Side yard, small yard, backyard, backlot, or even lots of acres, the Food Forest Bible works for everyone. Order on Amazon, hardcover, softcover, or ebook. Don't comply. Expertly defy the system.
By the way, just a public service announcement if you didn't see it. My book, The Food Forest Bible, is a #1 runaway bestseller. And all of a sudden, a gray market has popped up copying me. Some of you have ordered a book thinking it was mine. And there's no photos or anything in it. None of the here's how you do it, here's how you do it naturally. It's all crap. Make sure my signature's on it, folks. Do not get caught with gray market goods. Now, I'm going to give you some of these rapid fires because they blend. Now, think about just one thing. I showed you the bird flu, but they're now specifically saying backyard chickens. I showed you that chickens are the most consumed thing there is. You know they're getting away. They want to end natural gas. They want to end propane. They want to end your gas stoves and your gas heating. Why? They want you on the grid, the connected grid. And the states have already started banning outside, like fire rings and campfires. It's all about controlling your ability to cook. I'm going to show you in a minute. You're about to be required to possibly register your chickens. That's why you have to understand this. They're going to get a massive amount of the population to take a new vaccine, which I'm going to show you, which Biden approved and funded while we were all sleeping. Just hang on, you'll see it. It's us that are not prepared. They have been well prepared at what they're doing. They now are saying bird flu has jumped to cows. Have you been watching it? Bird flu has jumped to cows. Current story. Almost 1 million chickens in Ohio test positive for bird flu. And they had to get rid of them all. This is immediately current. Bird flu detected in nearly 1 million chickens now in southwestern Ohio County. Oh, yeah, by the way, the tests are back. I just want you to hold on. Biden administration signs the contract for the mRNA bird flu vaccine. Hang on. Do not get too far ahead of me. You've got to understand how they do it. How about Texas? Largest U.S. fresh egg producer halts production at Texas plant after bird flu found in chickens. About 1.6 million laying hens, 337,000 pullets. That means they're not old enough to lay yet. Dead. Wiped out. Now you got to understand what's it called, matriculation of that. That's why you're saying these prices go this way, this way, this way. We're coming into a food crunch, one like we haven't seen. On the number one consumed source of protein ever, and that's chicken. And it's a push-pull. They're wiping them out. You got bird flu. Now you must mRNA vax your chickens. It's a double push. It's going on everywhere. Idaho. Bird flu is spreading rapidly among cows and chickens, raising concerns that it could merge with the regular flu and cause a pandemic. In Idaho, only 7 human tests have been conducted. Oh, yeah, they're finding it in milk. They're finding it in eggs, etc. Hang on. Okay. Let's don't, if we can, please, don't post other links. And the reason is because I don't have the ability to vet them before they're in the program. And I don't want to distract people. I want you to understand what's going on and how it's done. So please try to honor that in what we do. How about this? Montana. Bird flu detected in chicken flock east of Missoula. Now listen here. When I got home, there were quite a few more birds dying and dead. They were literally all over the yard. You get what's coming here? Hang on. I'm going to get rid of that link. Don't put links in my chat. I'm trying to save people's life. I'm trying to save your life. If you want to send me a link to vet, email it to me. If it's great and I should vet it, I'll do it. But that's how we do it. But Montana, folks. You know, I know what you're asking. Well, did they poison the feed? Well, let's look at a few things. How about backyard birds in Tennessee? 60 confirmed cases, H5N1, avian flu, bird flu in the Tennessee Valley. Oh, yeah, it's kind of the bread and butter box of independent farmers and stuff. Yeah. Now let's think about this for a moment. Well, I get good chicken feed or whatever. So they're trying to convince you maybe it can come from chicken feed, or maybe it can come from them in your backyard running around because there's natural birds out there, right? Isn't it interesting it doesn't affect eagles or sparrows or crows? But anyway, you understand what I'm saying. Hang on. It's coming. Put in chat, what do your chickens eat out in the yard? Right? Bugs, etc. If you got a good yard, yeah, maybe they'll scratch in the soil, scratch in the leaves, find some worms, right? Yeah, well, wait. If they're out in the yard, they're free ranging, which is the raid, free ranging, you know, getting grass, getting bugs. Oh my God, they're free ranging with wild birds. That's how they got it. You see what's coming? But my birds are natural. They eat worms. Well, they covered that too. I'm showing you everything. Now they're finding H1N5 in worms. Not their worms that they want to poop into steak for you, of course. But if you got chickens, it's coming. And they're building up this fear. The World Health Organization confirms Mexico man's death from bird flu strain never before seen in humans. Oh, I don't think it's only the country states. Delaware's got it too. 120,000 chickens. Got to get rid of them. Department of Agriculture. Yeah, it's in the worms. It's in the feed. It's in the air. Million chickens. Got to be eradicated. Oh my God, it must be bad. Oh my God, it's in chickens, it's in worms, it's in birds. Hang on, you haven't got to the punchline yet. They're going to get a certain amount of people. They're going to pay dearly for a vax. Government's going to mandate it, but they're about to mandate all your cows, chickens, and birds. And by the way, I told you this 3 years ago. Go back to my program. I told you 3 years ago it was coming. Oh, don't forget your cats. Yeah. Cat food. Oh, they use bird parts and stuff in it. Oh my God. Your cats are going to get bird flu and die. Oh my God, not my cats and dogs. This is so scary. It's going to be around the world. That's right. That's why they found it in polar bears. Remember what I told you. This is all immediately recent news playing out right now while we're watching all the fear porn. And I told you three and a half years ago, I did a whole program on it. I told you it was coming when the news was saying, oh, it's horseshit or whatever. It's coming.
Why do 80% of gardeners struggle with weeds? Because they haven't discovered no-dig gardening yet. Imagine a garden where you spend less time digging and more time harvesting. Sounds like a dream, right? What to No-dig gardening is your key to a sustainable, low-maintenance and incredibly productive garden. By layering organic matter like compost and mulch directly on the soil, you'll boost soil health, reduce weeds, conserve water and save tons of time and energy. Plus, you'll be supporting biodiversity and preventing soil erosion. It's a win-win. Whether you're a seasoned green thumb or just starting out, no-dig gardening, cultivating abundance the natural way. By Jovan Hutton Pulitzer, has all the expert insights you need. My little CEO. From site selection to layering techniques, this book is your ultimate guide to a flourishing, eco-friendly garden. So are you ready to embrace abundance, freedom and harmony with nature? Grab your copy today and start transforming your garden with no-dig magic. Why do 80% of gardeners struggle with weeds? Because they haven't discovered no-dig gardening yet. Imagine a garden where you spend less time digging and more time harvesting. Sounds like a dream, right? No-dig gardening is your key to a sustainable, low-maintenance and incredibly productive garden. By layering organic matter like compost and mulch directly on the soil, you'll boost soil health, reduce weeds, conserve water and save tons of time and energy. Plus, you'll be supporting biodiversity and preventing soil erosion. It's a win-win. Whether you're a seasoned green thumb or just starting out, no-dig gardening, cultivating abundance the natural way. By Jovan Hutton Pulitzer.
And they're in the fear and wipeout mode at the moment. They're going to get you both ways. And if you leave, you're going to not see how they do it both ways. But damn it, those lovable polar bears now have it. Weird, the seagulls don't, and they're birds, but the polar bears do. But they're so lovely and cuddly. Oh my God, it's everywhere. Like in Japan, they've had 19 outbreaks. They got lockdowns. They've killed millions of bear or billions of chicken in Japan. This is global, folks. This is global. Okay? You've got to understand this is global. And of course, while we were worried about elections and Antifa and terrorists and bombs, yep, they declared it, bird flu, an international pandemic. So it's here. Okay, now let's put a pin in that for a moment, because I've told you, they're telling you you're going to eat bugs and you're going to like it. Just like COVID wiped out a lot of small businesses and made people dependent on the system, we are now in, it's already here, we are now in Plandemic 2.0. And you say, I don't give a crap about it, I don't believe in it, I don't think it's real. It's okay. They got that covered. They know they're probably going to get 50% of America to take a vaccine. I'll show you that in a moment. The other 50%, they're going to get you anyway. And I'm going to show you exactly how they're going to get you, because it's all planned down to the T, and it all begins with fear porn.
37 states have banned one of the most healing foods for your children: raw milk, raw dairy. This is one of the saddest realities that I've come across in my research and my learning. And I've met hundreds of parents and hundreds of kids from those parents who have benefited from including raw dairy and getting rid of pasteurized, dead dairy and milk in their lives. I've heard of improvements in all sorts of things, from gut discomfort, diarrhea, constipation, bloating, inflammatory bowel diseases, skin conditions like eczema, sleep issues. In all of these cases, I've heard of parents having incredible stories of success with their children, and children leading lives with significantly improved quality from including a food that is not able to be obtained, that is illegal in 37 states, in their diets. I so hope that this changes in the future, and I'm calling on those 37 states to wake up and to allow you to be able to get raw milk and raw dairy, because this food is healing for humans, and it absolutely will improve so many kids who continue to suffer today.
Okay, so let me tell you about, so you understand, this is called a push-pull. They already know that many of you are taking steps to do this. And I know you asked, is JFK on board with this raw milk? No, but it's already done. Let me explain how it works. So the customer they want back is the customer that says, screw you to the system. I'm not taking your drugs. I'm not taking your vaccines. I'm not following your system. So what they have to do is they have to villainize freedom. Backyard chickens, your own eggs, your own cattle, your own pork. See, they can't accept this movement of people taking care of themselves. And they got to deal with that quick because they can't have that word of mouth going around. And so here's how it works. Do you think they're going to outlaw raw milk? Well, 37 states have, but there's also a loophole that can do it. But you know what they're doing? No, it's not about that. They'll go to the raw milk producer and say, okay, well, we'll let you do it. And they're going to sign an agreement. You know what that agreement is? But they've got to be vaccinated against this bird flu. Which means they're going to get it into the cows you trust through these third parties if the third parties want to stay in business. Did you catch what I just said? And I'm going to show you that. Some may think it's not. I'm going to show you this. Anyway.
You're probably not lactose intolerant. What you are intolerant to is dead, pasteurized milk. Once upon a time, raw milk was normal milk, until big dairy businesses teamed up to lobby that milk had to be pasteurized in order to be safe to drink, making raw milk illegal. This eliminated the competition of small farmers that couldn't afford this expensive equipment. If you drink natural, raw milk, it has the enzyme lactase in it, which is broken down by heat pasteurization. Drink raw milk and you'll digest it fine.
Okay, so you understand what already happened in milk. They have the model, right? In case you didn't know. Farmers had farms in milk. One of the first things they tackled with this formula long ago, because it's all about perfecting, is they brought cows into the city. I did a whole program on this. Go and watch it. But they put them in little bitty rooms, fed them the byproduct of the alcohol business, you know, the barley and stuff, poor nutrition, got horrible milk in nasty conditions. And that milk, which they would water and chalk, which they still do to this day, got people sick and got pasteurization. Well, all of a sudden, when pasteurization was mandated, the farmers couldn't do it. The farmers couldn't produce it. Okay? What they're doing is they're reaching back in history, and history is repeating itself. But now they know how to benefit from all ends. They know how to benefit from, okay, we'll let you do raw milk, but you're going to take this vaccine, to it's our stuff and we control it. Everything's about consolidation down. Everything's about control. Now, this Plandemic 2.0 has already been released.
Governor Polis says the avian flu outbreak in Weld County is now an emergency. The governor making that declaration so state offices can assist in the...
Oh, yeah. This is Colorado. You're going to notice an interesting trend. In case you haven't seen it yet, you know all the places that we have dim strongholds and rhino rat bastards that play games? And it's taking over in our elections through illegal stuff like Colorado, from red to purple to blue. Isn't it interesting? It happens all in the same places.
Governor Polis says the avian flu outbreak in Weld County is now an emergency. The governor making that declaration so state offices can assist in the response, recovery, and mitigation efforts. It also unlocks the funding and resources to help affected poultry facilities contain the outbreaks. This comes as a Colorado man actually recently tested positive with the virus. He has since fully recovered. Multiple cattle have also been affected.
Oh my goodness, not a human got it. Not a cow got it. That's Colorado. It's coming, baby.
400,000 chickens have been killed in Victoria to halt the spread of bird flu. But the deadly disease has now been detected at a second farm in the state's southwest. Madeline
Oh, yeah, the same people that forced all the vaccines. You paying attention? The same governments that locked everybody down, mandated the vaccines you couldn't buy. How interesting is it that all the same patterns that did the COVID are now experiencing this?
400,000 chickens have been killed in Victoria to halt the spread of bird flu. But the deadly disease has now been detected at a second farm in the state's southwest. Madeline Sparks reports.
Well, this investigation is underway at a second poultry farm in Victoria. This one is in the state's west in a town called Terang. It is connected to another poultry farm where a bird flu outbreak was identified on Wednesday. That one is in Meredith, and that is where the H7N3 strain of bird flu was first located. We have been given a statement that says the two farms are connected by way of joint management, staff and machinery, and we do know that Agriculture Victoria has clamped down on both properties, restricting the movement of vehicles, equipment and so on, really to limit the spread of this outbreak. We know that at the first farm to have the outbreak, the one at Meredith, around 400,000 birds had to be destroyed as a result of this. So authorities really don't want this to spread any further. But as for the risk to humans, well, this is what experts have had to say.
It is very safe. There is no evidence that avian influenza viruses can be contracted if you are eating properly cooked chicken, meat or eggs.
The investigation is still ongoing.
Okay, so you see the fair point is global and it's kind of everywhere. I'm talking literally, it's everywhere. Now, what this is doing from the economic standpoint, I saw a lady the other day where President Trump, you got elected, you said the food prices were going down, and that hasn't happened.
Exposing the ancient secrets of royalty to grow giant fruit in small spaces. You won't believe how easy it is. Hey there, fellow gardeners. Have you heard about Jovan Hutton Pulitzer's new blockbuster book, Ancient Secret for Growing Giant Fruit in Small Spaces? It's taking Amazon by storm. This isn't just any gardening book. We're talking about ancient methods once reserved for kings and queens, now revealed to the world. Yes, you heard right. Royal secrets for your backyard. Struggling with limited space? No problem. This book teaches you groundbreaking techniques to grow enormous, luscious fruits, even in the smallest of spaces. Imagine tricking fruit trees to bear fruit in months, not years, and growing produce up to 100% larger than what you find in stores. Sounds like magic, right? Pulitzer dives deep into history, uncovering how nobility ensured bountiful harvests. Now, these time-tested secrets are yours to transform your home garden into a paradise fit for royalty. Whether you're an urban dweller, a new homeowner, or an experienced gardener, this book has something for you. It's packed with practical tips and easy-to-follow methods. From enriching soil to perfect pruning techniques, you'll be growing giant fruits in no time. So why wait? Grab your copy of Ancient Secret for Growing Giant Fruit in Small Spaces now and start your journey to garden greatness. Your home is your castle. Let's make it majestic. Remember, gardening isn't just about plants, it's about connecting with history, nature, and your own little slice of Eden. Happy gardening.
Economic standpoint, I saw a lady the other day where President Trump, you got elected, you said the food prices were going down, and that hasn't happened. Egg prices in California, $9 a dozen. Actually, they're going further. In one day, they jumped for where you were probably paying about 70 cents an egg to almost $1 an egg. But this won't affect me. Remember how they perfected everything? Chicken owners in the United Kingdom will now need to register with the government or risk a $5,000 fine. What'd I tell you? Every single place in lockstep with how they rolled this out. Now we're rolling this out. I'm not even done yet. You know, it's time to start the mass bird flu vaccination program that started our year. All the science magazines in unison now. Time to start mass bird flu vaccination program. I showed you the numbers we consume. Oh yeah, our government gave Moderna, where we first got our COVID one, $176 million to jumpstart their mRNA bird flu vaccination. The money's been rolling out fast. While we were all looking at the crap they were doing in other places, rolling out fast. And they know many of you won't get near a needle. You know it, they know it. And so they're going to do it a completely different way. Hang tight, I'll be right back.
Would you ever eat government vaccines? Feed your family hormones or antibiotics? Never ever do that to your family. So why buy beef the same way you've always bought beef? You're buying meat glue bonded, hormone filled, antibiotic riddled grocery store meat. Say no to supermarket medicated Franken meats and say hello to NeverEverBeef.club. Always 100% USDA prime or high choice. That's restaurant grade. Never Ever is not ever just select beef or even standard or ungraded store branded meat. It's simply the very best cut and tasting steak you have ever had. We have never ever given our herd hormones, antibiotics, or even mRNA vaccines. Never ever. Pure Blood Genetics. We've raised our herds this way for over 30 generations. They simply have never ever had antibiotics, hormones, or killer vaccines. Grass-fed the way nature intended, in almost 500,000 acres of high pasture environments. Finished off with non-modified feed crops we grow ourselves. We even own our own 210,000 square foot processing plant. And as an added bonus for our NeverEverBeef.club members, we age our steaks in our state-of-the-art 780,000 cubic foot aging facility. Only top restaurants do that, so they can charge you $100 or more for a little bitty steak. We age our meat because we want you to have the very best restaurant quality USDA prime or high choice, pure blood, purebred beef at a price your family can afford in these financially challenging times. Sure, you can keep paying the price for supermarket cheap, standard, and ungraded store meat brands if you love feeding your family Franken meat. So never ever settle for less. Join our NeverEverBeef.club. Take control of your health and your family food supply right now. Join NeverEverBeef.club. We are real people with real families just like you. So we personally customize your order right over the phone. Now that's customer service. And there is absolutely no obligation when we call. You decide what bundle is best for your needs. No hormones, antibiotics, or even mRNA vaccines. Never had them and never ever will. Never ever cut corners on your food supply or family's health. Join NeverEverBeef.club now.
This crazy world is telling you your sons can be daughters and your daughters can be your sons. When will the madness stop? Never. So you have to decide, will you comply or defy? They tell us all, you will own nothing, eat bugs, and be happy. Is this why America's largest food processing plants and food supply plants keep burning down? Do you really think this is a coincidence? Of course not. The system is telling us right to our faces what they have planned for us. You have a choice. Comply or simply defy their plan for us all. Defy the system's plan and execute your own plan. Abundant, safe, secure natural food supply. Introducing the Food Forest Bible. This bestseller by Jovan Hutton Pulitzer is the single most complete, executable, easy-to-follow plan for sustainable, self-managing food production for self-sufficiency and food security. For the first time ever, a coffee table, heirloom quality full color book which unlocks the ancient secrets of creating a food forest. Imagine planting in a way which requires no digging, no pesticides, and creates massive ancient food abundance. No fooling. Food forests are the ancient secret to planning and planting once. And have your own Garden of Eden, which will feed your families for decade after decade. Buck the system. Buck the New World Order and order your very own copy of Jovan Hutton Pulitzer's Food Forest Bible. Learn how to create a sustainable, self-managing, natural food production for self-sufficiency and food security for your family. Side yard, small yard, backyard, backlot, or even lots of acres, the Food Forest Bible works for everyone. Order on Amazon, hardcover, softcover, or ebook. Don't comply. Expertly defy the system.
Okay, as we hop into each break, I'm just loading up more media assets for you to see. And I want to just, again, a public service announcement. My number one bestseller, The Food Forest Bible, is in fact a bona fide runaway bestseller, right? And I want to thank you guys for that, but I want to give you a warning because this happened the other day. I saw precious one of you, my family and friends here, saying, I got the Food Forest Bible, can't wait to see it, but mine came with no pictures. No, what happened is there is now a gray market copying, cloning my book, putting crap in it, just generic stuff. 7 books in one book in one. It's all trash. But they know, you know, and have heard about the runaway bestseller Food Forest Bible. So they've created their own Food Forest Bible, right? Please make sure you see my name on the front. Okay. So as we're watching this, it's eggs, it's in cows, it's in chickens, it's in this. Well, scientists right now are racing to develop the bird flu vaccine. And that was just a bit ago, but it's come. It's here. It's already here. Moderna, right, has begun not only their trials, which I'm going to show you, but they're planning for a pandemic. And by the way, the vaccines are ready. Health and Human Services, the numbers even changed from this, has already bought millions. And they've already been testing promotions for this. Like, you know, if you get the clot shot, you get free chicken McNuggets. Yes, you can't catch bird flu from that because there's no chicken in it. Yes, Moderna, where we got our clot shots from the very beginning, partnered with McDonald's to give you free chicken McNuggets for the very first people willing to take the bird flu shots. And by the way, look, our Never Ever Beef site's under an attack at the moment. Send me a direct email. People will put it in chat. Send me a direct email if you're having a hard time seeing it. The moment I talked about it, because you got to understand, we've controlled the herd now for 32 generations. They've never had any of this stuff. You could run down and buy your own cow and says, well, I'm going to have a cow in my backyard grass-fed, but the chances are they've already got the shot. We always knew this was coming. For 32 years, we've protected it. And you can get it. So let's talk about, okay, and it's the best beef ever. If you've never had truly, number one, they get raised with their mothers. They stay up in the pastures for a year and a half on mom's side, right? They're very well taken care of. Even if one needs antibiotics, when they get antibiotics, we immediately sell them out of the herd. It's the highest, most valuable genetic breed of beef. One bull on average will cost you $500,000. And yes, we do partnerships with people, but this is strictly pure line and controlled down to the grains that are also grown non-GMO, feeding them, and we have the plant that processes them right there on the land. Okay? But you hear Moderna, they've already been rolling out the vaccines. Now, you got to understand, this is not in Trump's bailiwick. This is in RFK's bailiwick, but they've already been planning for it. It's already on the way.
Let's dig into this statistics sheet about mRNA vaccines in live animals and why this is a concern, not only as a consumer, but as a producer as well. They took 525 hogs, injected them with a live mRNA vaccine, and in 21 days, these were the statistics. 25 of them suffered from death, 55 of them became so anorexic that they were near death, 20 of them suffered from lameness, 12 of them suffered from loss of condition, and 25 more of them had near-death symptoms. So we have 70% of these animals that are going to be okay to an extent, and then we have 30% of them that either have died or have near-death symptoms. They did autopsies on the ones that had passed away, and they still found remnants of the live virus vaccine inside the meat of these animals. So from a consumer standpoint, we have to worry about a live virus being inside of our meat that we're putting inside of our bodies. And as a producer standpoint, we have to worry about the health of our animals that can ultimately destroy us, destroy our herd, and destroy our business altogether. I'm interested to see what y'all think about this, so make sure you leave a...
You got to understand, we're now in the push-pull phase. They've been testing the fear porn for a long way. Okay? And if any of you can't get through to never ever, don't put www, never ever beef dot, not com, but club. If you can't get through, just send me an email. Don't worry about it. And we know we're under attack. They try to stop this. This is not something that Donald Trump can stop right now. It's not. It's already happened. They've already got it integrated. Same thing with the vaccines and everything else. I got a lot more to unpack for you. But they started testing this by watching, could they get farmers, home farmers, you got 6 laying hens or whatever. Could they get you to start being fearful of your chickens? And the test area for this was in Tennessee.
A strain of bird flu detected on a...
By the way, they did this in Tennessee to get right in that area of self-sustainability and stuff. Because if they can move people that were homesteading to, oh my God, be afraid of it, then they knew they could move the rest of the country.
A strain of bird flu detected on a Tennessee chicken farm used by Tyson Foods, the biggest chicken producer in the United States. The company saying on Sunday that it's working with state and federal officials to contain the virus, sorting through the more than 70,000 birds there and euthanizing some to stop the virus from entering the food system.
This particular virus that we've identified carries a high death rate or mortality rate in poultry, and it has little, if any, known risk to humans.
The U.S. Department of Agriculture saying the Tennessee discovery represents the first confirmed case of highly pathogenic H7 avian flu in commercial poultry in the U.S. this year. And it's the first time it's been found in that state. The last time this strain of bird flu was found in the U.S. was in a commercial turkey flock in Indiana in January of last year.
Okay, so that was what you saw a few years ago where they're testing it. And as they start working, all of this is Obama stuff being worked in that they knew they were going to probably have the pandemic in 2020. It's all been working along. And by the way, almost every state has now been hit.
Well, millions of chickens are facing the chopping block after bird flu hits an Iowa farm. The farm in Sioux County has to kill about 4.2 million chickens. According to the Department of Agriculture, more than 92 million birds have been killed since the outbreak started. I
want you to understand something. They're talking about a commercial farm, but they're showing you backyard chickens.
Well, millions of chickens are facing the chopping block after bird flu hits an Iowa farm. The farm in Sioux County has to kill about 4.2 million chickens. According to the Department of Agriculture, more than 92 million birds have been killed since the outbreak started in 2022. Meantime, the CDC says it is now preparing for a possible increased risk to humans from bird flu, but stress there is still no evidence of person-to-person transmission in the U.S. On Friday, health officials announced the virus had been detected in beef tissue from a sick dairy cow, but say the meat did not enter the nation's food supply. The U.S. is taking steps to develop or acquire vaccines for at-risk farm workers.
We're really prepared to not only test the current vaccines that we have in the stockpile, but also to really develop specific vaccines. So I think we're in a very good place.
The U.S. is also reportedly in talks with Pfizer and Moderna about developing potential vaccines to reduce the threat of a pandemic.
Each piece of the jump that brought us COVID is being played out. It's in your eggs. It's in your milk. It's in your cows. It's in your chickens. It's in your hogs. It's a true panic. People are going to lose their jobs. Oh, my God. Now, it's all happening in the same states where we have these election issues.
We're seeing about 2/3 of the impact of the avian flu right now that's happening in the United States here in Michigan. It will have a material effect on many communities,
including the company's workers themselves. Herb Brooks filed a notice with the state earlier this week that says it plans to lay off close to 400 of its employees at 5 of its farms, citing bird flu as the reason.
If you now have a situation where you're not generating revenue, you can't pay your workers, or there's no work for them to do. So you need to make those adjustments.
Those layoffs are considered temporary as poultry farmers rebuild their flocks. But in the end, close to a quarter of Michigan's billion-dollar egg industry is shutting down. And Professor of Economics Paul Isley says we will see the effect on tax revenues and people's incomes.
And because they have less money to spend, restaurants will have fewer customers. People will take take longer period of time.
And I've showed you, they're saying it's all birds, it's backyard birds, it's farm fresh eggs, it's in the milk, it's in the feed. Even the worms are infected that the chickens are eating at your house. This is all the fear porn they did with COVID, and it's here. Thank God it hasn't jumped to humans, though.
Concerning new CDC report on the first severe human case of bird flu in the U.S. Samples taken from a patient in Louisiana show...
What? Not jump to human. You understand this is a long play formula for even a horror movie. It can't be that bad. It can't be that bad. Oh, it's getting worse. Oh, it's getting worse. Oh, it did the worst all. It's a formula.
Concerning new CDC report on the first severe human case of bird flu in the U.S. Samples taken from a patient in Louisiana show mutations that could make it easier for this virus to spread from person to person. Now, right now, there's no evidence it's been passed along to anyone else, and the CDC says risk to the public remains low. But experts warn a single mutation like this could potentially lead to another pandemic.
The virus may mutate and become more easily transmitted person to person. So the more this virus circulates, and specifically co-circulates with human strains, that's going to increase the odds of the virus evolving to more human-to-human transmission. And that of course, could signal another pandemic.
Joining us now is Dr. Deborah Birx. You may remember her as the response coordinator for the White House Coronavirus Task Force in the first Trump administration. We are very fortunate to have your expertise as we try to figure out what's going on with the bird flu and what it could mean. So far, 65 human cases of bird flu have been reported in the U.S. this year, all contracted by animals. But now we have this new mutation in Louisiana. How worried should we be about bird flu potentially becoming another pandemic?
Well, I love the way you said 63 cases, because I have no idea how many cases there were or are, because our number one principle in preventing pandemics is detect. And if you go to the CDC website, you can see that they're monitoring more than 10,000 exposures, but they've only tested 530. What does that mean? That means we're not testing enough. And we know from other viruses that a lot of the spread can be asymptomatic. So we kind of have our head in the sand about how widespread this is from the zoonotic standpoint, from the animal to human standpoint. Now, also remember, most of those cases described to date happened in the spring and the summer, not when we had H1N1 circulating right now, when we're running the flu pandemic with throughout the United States. So we have rising flu cases, and now we have still zoonotic events coming. So now you've set up for potentially a farm worker getting H5N1, also getting the current flu strain, and reassorting in that individual. To me, that's almost a bigger threat to these mutations happening in individuals over time.
When you say reassorting in that person, what does that mean?
Okay, so the H5 virus, which doesn't adapt too well to our upper respiratory tract and is preventing us from getting infected, but is infecting cows and pigs and cats and dogs. So our flu, which has the binding sites for us, for our nasal passages. Viruses are very specific, and so they're very animal or human specific. Now we have human flu circulating. At the same time, we have this zoonotic flu circulating.
Okay, so I have direct history with Birx. When very early on, as most of you know, I've done a program on it, don't have to go back a lot, but I'm trying to work with the White House to mitigate the pandemic by catching it as it came into the airports and stopping its ingress into the country. What was my number one barrier for getting it done and getting President Trump to act on it that way? Birx. I said on countless hours during the COVID coming, because it all could have been very easily handled. But no, they wanted to sell tests, then they wanted to sell vaccines. CDC was right in the middle of it. It was a con job. Yes, that's her. Surprisingly, since COVID, maybe she made a lot of money because she got a total rework, reconstruction, facelift, and everything else. Isn't it interesting? I wonder if there's a connection.
The HHS is to produce 4.8 million bird flu vaccines as 2 new human cases identified, but now 3. Meanwhile, the CDC urged health officials nationwide to ramp up flu surveillance. HHS is in talks with Pfizer and Moderna about developing mRNA bird flu vaccines. Well, should we go straight on to the next one before we comment, which is, again, in the Defender, Moderna eyes tens of millions in taxpayer funding for mRNA bird flu vaccine. The US government is closing in on an agreement to find a late-stage trial of Moderna's mRNA bird flu vaccine. This is their words, not ours. The funding, which would be funneled through the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, or BARDA, is expected to total tens of millions of dollars. The government is also in talks with Pfizer, of course it is, about an mRNA avian flu shot as well. So do they think we've got sort of like a short memory or something? I mean,
oh, absolutely. They think we do. And sadly, I think a lot of people do have a short memory. What's telling to me here, Polly, is that, first of all, Rick Bright, the former head of BARDA, owns lots of bird flu patents, so he stands to make a lot of money on this. Moderna's share price has gone up 37% since April. So obviously a lot of people in the pharma investor world believe that their mRNA 1018 is going to make a lot of money. And the US government is going to pay for a lot of it. Well, our taxpayer money is going to pay for a lot of it. They're starting to run the whole thing again, Polly. Obviously, this whole bird flu thing is already taking flight, so to speak. They're moving on this one. They're putting money behind it. They're making the vaccines. They're bringing in their pals, Pfizer and Moderna. This is moving forward, clearly moving forward.
100% the same playbook is being run. 100%. That's the person that was tracking in the UK. I tell you, always watch the weaker countries. In the UK, you now, and it's just like, well, you can have your own insurance plan, like Obama said, you can have your own health insurance. But if you don't, it's $2,000 fine. Get the rig, punitive. Well, you're watching there, kind of the merging of the UK, watching this. We're watching this stuff happen. In the UK, you now have to register your birds, or you can get a $5,000 fine. After the fine, if you still don't register, they can take your house, your home, your land, your farm. See the trend? So yes, the Biden administration has already done this, folks. The same 100% path of the last pandemic. That is why this is Pandemic 2.0. The same people are involved. Down from the World Health or the World Economic Foundation, it's all the same. We're going through the same playbook over and over and over and over. It has been done. And these guys are already reaping huge stock gains right now. And it's all the same players.
Check. Penn Medicine says it's created a human bird flu vaccine on the same platform as its COVID-19 vaccine. The experimental mRNA vaccine protected lab animals from severe illness and death for at least a year. In fact, all the vaccinated animals survived infections while all the unvaccinated ones died. H5N1 rarely infects humans, but there's been heightened concern amid a current outbreak circulating in birds and cattle in the U.S.
So I've shown you all of the fear porn. Interesting, though, it's not, we can't go to human, can't go to humans, right? They follow that formula because it works. Same people, here's the CEO of Moderna, way back when, telling you they already had the built up a year before the COVID pandemic announcement. What?
How it happened, obviously, with COVID-19 starting from 2022 and how...
Wait a minute, is it the WEF once again? Yeah, listen carefully to what he says. He has ready to go 1 year before we even knew about it.
How it happened, obviously, with COVID-19 starting from 2022 and how extraordinary the process was also in terms of the speed. How is development, adoption and scaling of vaccine going on when it comes to different variants and subvariants? Because this is one of the big concerns as we're all here now and we're discussing, we understand the context, and this is a great deal.
Sure. Well, good morning and thank you for having me on the panel. So the great news versus 2020, where we are today, is we have manufacturing capacity. As Seth knows, when the pandemic happened, Moderna had made 100,000 doses in 2019 for the whole year. And I remember walking after Davos into the office of my head of manufacturing, and I say, how will we make 1 billion doses next year? And you look at me a bit funny, say, what? I say, yeah, we need to make 1 billion doses next year. There's going to be a pandemic.
And I'm going to...
This crazy world is telling you your sons can be daughters and your daughters can be your sons. When will the madness stop? Never. So you have to decide, will you comply or defy? They tell us all, you will own nothing, eat bugs, and be happy. Is this why America's largest food processing plants and food supply plants keep burning down? Do you really think this is a coincidence? Of course not. The system is telling us right to our faces what they have planned for us. You have a choice. Comply or simply defy their plan for us all. Defy the system's plan and execute your own plan. Abundant, safe, secure natural food supply. Introducing the Food Forest Bible. This bestseller by Jovan Hutton Pulitzer is the single most complete, executable, easy-to-follow plan for sustainable, self-managing food production for self-sufficiency and food security. For the first time ever, a coffee table, heirloom quality full color book which unlocks the ancient secrets of creating a food forest. Imagine planting in a way which requires no digging, no pesticides, and creates massive ancient food abundance. No fooling. Food forests are the ancient secret to planning and planting once, And have your own Garden of Eden, which will feed your families for decade after decade. Buck the system. Buck the New World Order and order your very own copy of Jovan Hutton Pulitzer's Food Forest Bible. Learn how to create a sustainable, self-managing, natural food production for self-sufficiency and food security for your family. Side yard, small yard, backyard, backlot, or even lots of acres, the Food Forest Bible works for everyone. Order on Amazon, hardcover, softcover, or ebook. Don't comply. Expertly defy the system.
Do you understand yet? Now I'm telling you. And by the way, he was not German, he was Swedish. I want to let you know, we are in trouble. Everything I have done is to try to keep you ahead of the curve. Every bit, always to try to keep you ahead of the curve. That's all you've got. You got to be able to read the signs. You got to be able to do it. You got to be able to connect the dots. And in this society that makes you pay attention only to headlines, we're in trouble. One of the ways I try to fight this is get this information to you. And if you are not already scrambling as fast as you can, do not feel doomed. You're only doomed if, in fact, you stay and buy into their program. And I'm trying to set you free. They're going to try to force people. They're going to do it whether you like it or not. You think it's convenient? We're going to eat bugs. We're going to do this. Here he's saying, oh, we're going to need 1 billion vaccines next year. How do you know? It all follows a plan. My job is to make you the smartest patriot in the room and to teach you how to spot these things ahead of time. Truly, because it's all coming. You just got to understand, it is all coming. It is what they do. It is how it works. Every move I make's predicated on this. It's also why I do Set Me Free, Please. You're going to have to protect your income because we are under attack. You've got to understand, can you protect your income? Can you still get the products you need for your family? And by the way, you should start working now. Maybe Trump can delay this a bit, but imagine if you could set yourself free from the system. I want to set yourself free, but you can keep on putting it off. Oh, I don't do that. All you want. Everybody's going to be in the same boat. I just want you to look ahead. I just want you to be prepared. We're in trouble. And by the way, thank every one of you for making the Food Forest Bible a #1 bestseller. Please remember, there has now started a gray market. Copying my book because it is setting people free and more are coming. There's a big gray market. Please make sure you got the right book, my name on the front, because they're trying to undermine this the most they can. And I was so devastated to hear one of you, oh, I'm so excited I got your book, but mine came without photos. Well, it's because it wasn't my book. It was a clone. Do not get caught by this, folks. Start now. 3 things you can do. 3 things you can do. Number 1, you've got to start planning your exit. Now, planning your exit means, can I replace my income in a broken system in a place where they're not going to make me get the shot like they did last time? Can I set myself free? Can I replace my income? Can I go get my own little farm or whatever can do? We give you a plan to do that. If you're willing to work your ass off, setmefreeplease.com. But sitting around is not going to have it. So we've given you that plan to escape. If you truly want to escape, nothing comes easy, nothing comes free. Do you want to do it? Can you buy my book from me? No, you cannot buy it from me. It's on Amazon. And if you think a one book purchase on Amazon is going to feed the beast, you're wrong. You're going to get it fast. You're going to get it efficient. Think of it as using the system to get it fast. You're not supporting Amazon. You're supporting me. But as a publisher, when we want to do this high-end work, Amazon bought up all the companies. We can't get around it. We can't get around it. It's just like I told you on social media. I'm not going to do Facebook it. You think they care about the 8-cent commission they made on when you left Facebook and you went into whatever? Period. So don't worry that it's Amazon. Don't let that stop in the way. So I gave you that. I gave you the ability to work with your vegetables. I gave you the ability to work with your household products. I gave you the ability to work with your beef products, etc. I'm working my ass off to give you a plan, but I can't make you follow the plan. But please don't get deceived by gray market books trying to play like they're me. I love every one of you. Share this program. It's such a critical program. All of this was current stuff happening right now. We were all worried about the election and other stuff. Look what they did underneath. I love you all. Please share this.
Would you ever eat government vaccines? Feed your family hormones or antibiotics? Never ever do that to your family. So, why buy beef the same way you've always bought beef? You're buying meat glue bonded, hormone filled, antibiotic riddled grocery store meat. Say no to supermarket medicated Franken meats and say hello to NeverEverBeef.club. Always 100% USDA prime or high choice. That's restaurant grade. Never Ever is not ever just select beef or even standard or ungraded store branded meat. It's simply the very best cut and tasting steak you have ever had. We have never ever given our herd hormones, antibiotics, or even mRNA vaccines. Never ever. Pure Blood Genetics. We've raised our herds this way for over 30 generations. They simply have never ever had antibiotics, hormones, or killer vaccines. Grass-fed the way nature intended, in almost 500,000 acres of high pasture environments. Finished off with non-modified feed crops we grow ourselves. We even own our own 210,000 square foot processing plant. And as an added bonus for our NeverEverBeef.club members, we age our steaks in our state-of-the-art 780,000 cubic foot aging facility. Only top restaurants do that, so they can charge you $100 or more for a little bitty steak. We age our meat because we want you to have the very best restaurant quality USDA prime or high choice, pure blood, purebred beef at a price your family can afford in these financially challenging times. Sure, you can keep paying the price for supermarket cheap, standard, and ungraded store meat brands if you love feeding your family Franken meat. So never ever settle for less. Join our NeverEverBeef.club. Take control of your health and your family food supply right now. Join NeverEverBeef.club. We are real people with real families just like you. So we personally customize your order right over the phone. Now that's customer service. And there is absolutely no obligation when we call. You decide what bundle is best for your needs. No hormones, antibiotics, or even mRNA vaccines. Never had them and never ever will. Never ever cut corners on your food supply or family's health. Join NeverEverBeef.club now.
This crazy world is telling you your sons can be daughters and your daughters can be your sons. When will the madness stop? Never. So you have to decide, will you comply or defy? They tell us all, you will own nothing, eat bugs, and be happy. Is this why America's largest food processing plants and food supply plants keep burning down? Do you really think this is a coincidence? Of course not. The system is telling us right to our faces what they have planned for us. You have a choice. Comply or simply defy their plan for us all. Defy the system's plan and execute your own plan. Abundant, safe, secure natural food supply. Introducing the Food Forest Bible. This bestseller by Jovan Hutton Pulitzer is the single most complete, executable, easy-to-follow plan for sustainable, self-managing food production for self-sufficiency and food security. For the first time ever, a coffee table, heirloom quality full color book which unlocks the ancient secrets of creating a food forest. Imagine planting in a way which requires no digging, no pesticides, and creates massive ancient food abundance. No fooling. Food forests are the ancient secret to planning and planting once. And have your own Garden of Eden, which will feed your families for decade after decade. Buck the system. Buck the New World Order and order your very own copy of Jovan Hutton Pulitzer's Food Forest Bible. Learn how to create a sustainable, self-managing, natural food production for self-sufficiency and food security for your family. Side yard, small yard, backyard, backlot, or even lots of acres, the Food Forest Bible works for everyone. Order on Amazon, hardcover, softcover, or ebook. Don't comply. Expertly defy the system.
Hi, guys. How's it going? I want you to please consider getting out a pen and paper, pencil and paper, doesn't matter what it is. I want you to kind of keep tabs because pop quiz, we're going to take a pop quiz. We're going to take a pop quiz to see if you can detect if, in fact, you, yes, you are undermining America. I know that's a weird statement, and everybody swears, I am a patriot. I love America. I would do nothing to harm America. Oh, see, the system, we've all learned the system is broken, right? And a total bunch of BS. And we know they manipulate us. We know they use our money against us. We know our taxes, our monies, go to these rat bastard politicians. They use it against us so they can keep on getting more money and they can keep on pushing us down, down, and down. The question is, once you know the truth, can you ever go back? Have you ever thought about that? Once you know that, you know it about election integrity, I show you these things, but once you actually see the truth, can you go back? Can you honestly, intellectually, honestly go back? Once you find out something's broken, you know, like mail-in ballots and all that BS or the rigged voting rolls or all this, can you ever go back? Can you just forgive and forget? Most people misquote that statement, right? That colloquialism, forgive and forget. The Bible actually says to forgive, but never forget. It doesn't say forgive and forget. So we're going to take a test. And I'm going to see where you fall by just giving you some very simple testing, where you fall on the scale of undermining the very country you love. Are you assisting in the destruction of our great republic? And that's why I'm going to ask you a question. Once you know the truth, can you ever go back? So get a pen and paper. There's going to be very easy to answer questions, pop quiz. I just asking you to be honest and answer it in chat, and we'll see. But here's what I think. I think if people still think politicians are going to fix this, you're misguided, right? It's the definition of lunacy, right? To keep on doing the same thing, but expecting different results. The only way we are going to course correct is if we as a people agree to course correct. Not wait for politicians, not expect politicians to do it, not even pray that politicians will do it. I've always told you we're the cure. So now we're going to take a test and see where you fall on it. That once you know the truth, can you go back? So do me a favor, please share this right now. Thumbs up. If you're on Rumble, follow. Because this might be a very interesting, eye-opening session for you to see where you actually fall, on the scale of when it comes to, are you doing things that actually undermines our great nation? So share this program, get a pen and paper, get ready. We'll be right back in a couple of minutes.
Get ready for the newest in Nerf warfare, the Nerf Nuke. Whoa! Simply punch in the command code to activate the Nerf Nuke's plutonium reactor. Enter your keys into the ARM launch module, and then it's up to you to make the ultimate decision.
Hey guys, my mom just got me the Nerf Nuke.
Oh man, what are we gonna do? He's got a Nerf Nuke.
Well, we could pull our allowances together and get 2 Nerf Nukes. Why'd you call this meeting today? Was it to give me all your lunch monies?
We have recently acquired 2 Nerf nukes.
What? Mom, I need more money for Nerf nukes.
I just bought you one.
Well, can I have my next 7 months allowance up front?
No, then you won't have any money for the rest of the year.
Mom, this is serious. All right, let's make an agreement that none of us will get any more Nerf nukes.
Agreed.
I'm getting one. I'm getting a Nerf nuke also.
Okay, that kid can definitely not get a Nerf nuke.
No way. Well, I already have one actually. My mom got me one. It's in my basement.
I don't believe him. He's too poor.
Yeah, but what if he gets like a crappy one from somebody or something?
Just the fact that he's looking for one is bad news.
Maybe we should just jump him now while we can.
But he hasn't done anything to us yet. Isn't that messed up? He's like poor.
The Nerf nuke.
Nerf nuke.
From the makers of the Cum Bomb.
Warning. The following program has been rated Gilligaff and is intended for open-minded audiences. If the truth offends you, or if you are allergic to focused intensity, intellectual athleticism, or the occasional F-bomb or even irreverent humor, please switch off now. If your delicate sensibilities need to be worried about or addressed, might we recommend the Underwater Basket Weaving channel to you. Otherwise, sit back, enjoy the wisdom, insight, and wicked sense of humor.
Cut the crap. How many times a day do you want to say that to politicians? The elite, the loony liberals, the fake news media, and the gender-confused, emotional socialist snowflake crowd. Cut the crap is your secret weapon for fighting for our freedoms and our great republic. It all begins with a massive mental enema, freeing you from the toxic news and politically correct views, which constipate your consciousness with stinking thinking. Your host, Joe Von Hutton Pulitzer. He's known for calling out politicians and telling them to cut the crap. You've seen him on virtually every television network and listened to him on Coast to Coast Radio. And now he's here to help you learn to fight for America. Culture, race, and American politics. They all have one thing in common. They all need to cut the crap. Now, here's your host, Joe Von Hutton Pulitzer.
Okay, folks, let's get ready, and we're going to basically do an educational pop quiz. I'm going to ask you directly, are you undermining America? I mean you. Can you actually pass the test? I'll put you in timeout. No, I don't have the ability to do that. You're suffering now just having to look at my face. But look, here's my question. You help me out with it. Once you know the truth, can you... intellectually honest, being intellectually honest, can you go back? Do you even trust our medical system anymore? Do you trust the government? Do you trust any politicians? Just an honest question. I lost all my faith in the medical system, healthcare system, insurance companies that are just trying not to pay even though you're forced to buy it, the government, politicians, doing the audit. Doing a forensic audit was one of the most soul-crunching things I ever did, right? Because I actually thought people had ethics. But I realized I was the source of the problem. Here's what it was. I took my own thoughts, my own ethics, my own morals, my own ideas, and I placed it over on the politicians. So I actually very naively thought to myself, wow, look at all this stuff. Look at how they stuffed all these ballots. Look at how they did this. Look at how this broken. And I expect them to go, oh my God, we can't let this happen. They didn't do that. But see, that was myself putting my own morals and ethics over the system and really expecting the system to give a shit about it and care about it. I realize now I was the stupid one. So I'm going to give you this kind of IQ test to actually about once you know the truth, can you ever go back? Because, we got our eyes opened in 2020. We learned more than we've ever learned, I think, in American history. I think this is You know, it's really funny. You hear the stories about, you know, God reaches out to you in mysterious ways, but people expect it to be like a thunderclap and the clouds part or the sea part, and this big golden hand reaches out and say, here. It's not how it works. God taps you on the shoulder, whispers in your ear, makes you randomly drop by in a program, right? To also try to get you to pay attention. The point is, we don't pay attention. We're apathetic. We're lazy. But man, do we now have our eyes open.
They stole that election in 2020. They gave us a goddamn COVID so we'd send in those mail order ballots and all that bullshit, and the post office cheated too. Everybody in this country cheated us out of our president in 2020. They made us sick. I'm sorry.
Go, baby!
They overthrew the United States of America! They overthrew the constitutional republic of the United States of America! With their January 6th bullshit! With their insurrection! Because the first thing President Trump did, God bless that man, and I love him and everybody knows it. I love him more now than I ever loved him, and I loved him pretty damn good.
I love Roseanne. But here's the question. Are you actually thinking that President Trump not only has the power, but has the ability to fix all this? Maybe it's in reverse. Maybe it's to wake us up, to get us to see, to give us a leader we can respect, so we fix all of this. Let me show you where I'm headed. I did a program the other day, since everybody's talking about President Trump and the bombs and the nukes and everything else. It was called Oil and Gas and the B-2 Bombs. What is about to happen? Now, in that program, I showed you some things that most people do not know. If, in fact, the Strait of Hormuz was blocked, how would it affect us? And I kind of went item by item, just kind of giving you a top-level view that, 60% of our plastic goods come from China, and it's because if the president was to block the Strait of Hormuz, it doesn't really hurt us. We're energy independent, but the system triangulated us in it because they moved all the manufacturing over there. So we're going to get hurt one way or another. And for us, it's getting money out of our pocketbooks, right? And so 60% of the plastic goods, 40 to 50% of electronics, 35 to 40% of textiles and clothing, 70% of footwear, up to 50% of furniture, 85% of toys, 30% of personal care items, 25% of household tools, pharmaceuticals, etc. We get hurt one way or another because, see, what happened is, very sneakily, as the world, and I'm talking the world rat bastards and bad guys, folks, these guys think of everything. You understand that, right? I mean, you have to know that by now. They don't just use one ploy. Never. They use 100 ploys, disguised 100 different ways. A third of them look like it's Satan, a third of them look like it's people on the fence, and a third of them look like people that are trying to help you. And it's all bullshit. It's all a con job. It's all psychological warfare. And while we look away, they do the things that they get paid to do, like moving all of our manufacturing overseas. Because even if we get energy independent, because that's a hot button, well, they can say, screw you. Because if you do anything to retaliate on our bullshittyism, and yes, you can use that term, bullshittyism, well, everything's coming from China anyway. And so we're just going to pass it on to you, how you hurt us, and your people are still going to pay for it. That's how this program works. And that's why I'm asking, once you know the truth, can you ever go back? And I really want you to be honest about this, because the one thing I try to do is to make you the smartest patriot in the room. In that process, you have to realize if you do not know how the system does it to you, you cannot do anything to defend against it. Period. It'd be like if for some reason you didn't know to lock your door at night in a bad neighborhood and you just let them in. It's really that simple, because in reality, folks, because we don't pay attention, because we're not taught economics anymore, because we're not taught about taking care of our great nation, because we're all fighting fires and or distracted, they have found thousands of ways to turn us into slaves. So get out your pen and paper. And you got to understand, China needs us economically, but they're going to get it one way or another. Unless you wake up and understand how it works. So let's just take a quick test, right? If you walked into a grocery store during the off season, okay, if you walked into a grocery store during the off season, what percent of that produce comes from China or other countries? That's the question. Put it in chat. Simple question. This is just to test the scale, and I'm gonna ramp this scale up on you, okay? But if in fact, when you walk into the grocery store during the off season, what percent of the produce that's in our stores, okay, comes from China or other countries? Now, I teach you about this just for a minute. So this is just kind of so you understand what's going on. I teach you about this because I see these things coming. And if anything you've learned from me, let's just say in the last 5 years, I will always give you a heads up. I will always tell you how they're going to do it. And you can always go back and audit me. And you will find I was telling you the truth. A good example of why I produced the Food Forest Bible, plan, P-L-A-N, then plant a garden. And that garden will produce for decades. Just make sure it has my name on it. You see my name. The system copied it and put a bunch of crap out there. Just make sure you have my name. It's a really simple premise in everything I do. I don't want to just talk to you. I want to give you solutions. I'm not it's a sixth order polynomial fractal, and it sounds cool, and I don't want you to understand, because if you understand, you'll know I'm doing bullshit. I try to teach you. Here, do it for yourself. Pass it on, right? Okay. That's why I do what I do. Because I believe America's going to go down a slippery slope. I was having a conversation last night with Navy SEALs. And I think it would terrify people to know how close we've come to losing our country and how precarious the situation is, if you actually knew everything that went on. But one of the things I try to do is to get you, let's go green. Well, it's not about being out protesting. I want you to grow your own food. So for me, and this is why I do a program like this, I'm going to give you the tools. Because once you understand how to do it, and once you push it down to your family and you dive into it, basically, it's not just about food or fruits or, cool stuff, folks. It's about security. Security. And it opens up a whole world to you when you realize you can do it. And by the way, if you were to look at the primaries in New York, an avowed Islamic socialist is now the leading candidate in New York City to become the mayor. A radical Muslim. We're under attack. And that's why I do these programs, is to help you out, to help you understand it. So we're going to take a pop quiz. And I just want you to be honest. Be honest, right? So I asked you that question. In seasonal, fruit and vegetables, when you walk into the store and it's off season, how much of that comes from other countries?
This crazy world is telling you your sons can be daughters and your daughters can be your sons. When will the madness stop? Never. So you have to decide, will you comply or defy? They tell us all, you will own nothing, eat bugs, and be happy. Is this why America's largest food processing plants and food supply plants keep burning down? Do you really think this is a coincidence? Of course not. The system is telling us right to our faces what they have planned for us. You have a choice. Comply or simply defy their plan for us all. Defy the system's plan and execute your own plan. Abundant, safe, secure natural food supply. Introducing the Food Forest Bible. This bestseller by Jovan Hutton Pulitzer is the single most complete, executable, easy-to-follow plan for sustainable, self-managing food production for self-sufficiency and food security. For the first time ever, a coffee table, heirloom quality full color book which unlocks the ancient secrets of creating a food forest. Imagine planting in a way which requires no digging, no pesticides, and creates massive ancient food abundance. No fooling. Food forests are the ancient secret to planning and planting once. And have your own Garden of Eden, which will feed your families for decade after decade. Buck the system. Buck the New World Order and order your very own copy of Jovan Hutton Pulitzer's Food Forest Bible. Learn how to create a sustainable, self-managing, natural food production for self-sufficiency and food security for your family. Side yard, small yard, backyard, backlot, or even lots of acres, the Food Forest Bible works for everyone. Order on Amazon, hardcover, softcover, or ebook. Don't comply. Expertly defy the system.
We're under attack. And that's why I do these programs, is to help you out, to help you understand it. So we're going to take a pop quiz. And I just want you to be honest. Be honest, right? So I asked you that question. In seasonal, fruit and vegetables, when you walk into the store and it's off season, how much of that comes from other countries? Countries like China. Well, the answer is 70%. So you have to understand that just as you live every day, forget USAID. Forget all the money they rape us and give to these other countries, which is shame on us because we never knew, now we knew. You do it too. You do it too, because they have conned us into a system that moves everything offshore. Has moved everything to other countries that we could do ourselves. There's anything we wanted to grow, we could go right here in the United States of America. We could. But 70% of that produce in the off season is coming from countries like China. And then you find out, just a simple thing, I'm going to ruin your day in garlic. I'm just going to tell you the truth. I'm going to ruin your day in garlic. And I know people say, oh, don't tell me I love garlic. Don't tell me these things I didn't want to know. Two things about garlic. Number one, in China, which supplies most of our garlic, they grow the garlic in human feces. As if that's not bad enough, and we can grow it here. As if that's not bad enough, you go buy the big jars or the bags where the garlic is peeled. You've done it. I've done it till I found out the truth. Come on, admit it. Have you ever bought garlic that's peeled? Yeah, you say, oh crap, garlic grown in shit. You're right. Ain't that some shit? But most all our garlic comes from China. But here's the question. Have you ever bought bulk garlic peeled? Come on. Of course you have. I have. I used to buy the big old cans, right? Big ones. You know how they peel it as it comes from China? The workers, as they're separating it on the lines, true story, they put the garlic in their mouth. Yeah, the bulb. They put it in their mouth. It softens the outside skin. They spit it out their mouth, kind of like a pit. They squeeze it and it comes right out the skin. There's not a machine that takes off that skin. Think about how you do it. They put it in their mouth, soften it with their spit, slide off the skin. And that's allowed in America. I'm only giving you so you can see some of the things under the radar that you never hear about, like mushrooms. Have you ever eaten canned mushrooms? Have you ever decided you're going to cook a Chinese dinner and you buy the little can of mushrooms and you're going to throw it in your Chinese mix? So here's the question. Put the answer in chat. In a can of mushrooms, what are the maximum allowable number of? Oh yeah, here CMAX says I bought 2 cans of mushroom yesterday. So here you go. Ready? In each can of mushrooms, how many maggots are allowed to be in the can? You heard me right. In each can of mushrooms sold in the United States of America by our USDA and everything else, how many maggots are allowed to be in each can of mushrooms? How many individual maggots can be in there and it not be a problem? Well, the answer is 20. Yeah. Now, I only give you these examples to basically help you understand our system is screwed. Yes. You're thinking, what the fuck, can of mushrooms? I thought I was buying a can of mushrooms. I fucking want it. I'm cooking a Chinese meal and it's going to be garlic and they grew it in shit and they spit on it and slobbered it. And you look at their rotted teeth and it all came out and I'm making my Chinese meal and I put a can of mushrooms in there. There could be 20 maggots in it. Yes. There can, by law. It's just protein. Okay, get ready. Here's your test. In the United States of America, and I'm just doing random things because I want you to understand the impact of what happens to us in the United States of America. Yes, you're eating maggots and shit. Isn't that great? Okay. Yeah, and they're force feeding us shit too. Here you go. Ready? In the makeup tools, this is brushes and sponges. And many of you are saying it's too easy to grow garlic. You're right. You go to the store, you buy a bulb of garlic. You break out the little bulbs and you're going to get 25 of them and you have to poke it in the ground. And you've got your own supply of garlic and it will continue to grow. Okay. What percent? And I know somebody said canned mushrooms are slimy. No, they're not. That's just the decaying maggot that makes the mushrooms slimy. Don't blame it on the mushrooms. Okay. In the makeup and tools, this is your brush, ladies, your brushes, your sponges, whatever the case may be. What percent of those items, what percent of those items come from China. It's what you buy in the United States. It's what you buy in the United States. Okay? Now, you may use these for arts and crafts. You may use it for your makeups, etc. But what percent of the makeup tools, brushes, and sponges that you purchase in the United States of America come from China? Some are saying 90%, some are saying 100%, some are saying probably all, some are saying 80%. Well, the answer is 95%. Now, see, there's things we don't think about in our normal life. But when you think about how many sponges and how many brushes that are bought all the time, ladies, look around your house, guys, look around your house. Think about how many people we have in our country. Do you understand? This is very something that could be made here, but do you understand how much money we are sending to China? That's the deal. Sending to China. Now, the deal is we don't even think about it. That's why I said if you knew the truth, would you ever go back? So the question is, when you look at that makeup brush or look at that sponge and you understand it came from China, you paid a country that dominates us. You paid a country that funds evil. You paid a country that helped manufacture the pandemic that hit the world, treats their people like shit, will murder them by the millions. How is that okay? How is that okay? Here's another one. And these are just randomly picked things, all different types of categories, right? Here you go. In the hair care and shampoo categories, shampoo, dye, stuff like that, what percent of all of the products that you go into Walmart or Target or the grocery store or whatever, what percent, and it doesn't matter where you're at, you can live in bumfuck Egypt or you could live in Manhattan, you're subjected to this. In the hair care category, what percent when you buy comes from China? Now, I've already told you, a prime example is, I want you just to think of a few things. The United States of America does not require that when you're getting garlic at the store to tell you it was grown in Chinese shit, diarrhea, and all kinds of crap, and sucked in the mouth of a Chinaman with no teeth and rotting to get you peeled garlic. There's no requirement to tell you that. And by the way, most people don't pay attention. But once you find out, that's the deal. Once you find out, will you ever go back? And so if we were looking at hair care, all of this could be made in the United States. It could. Every bit of it. Garlic can be grown in the freaking United States. Can grow exceptionally well in all kinds of places in the United States of America, but it's still what we import. In hair care, what percent? In shampoos and dyes? 80%. 80%. 80 cents of every dollar you spend in this category is benefiting China, which ironically benefits Iran. Why? Because China needs the oil to do it. They're buying the oil from Iran. People that want to kill us benefit from us. Even if we're not directly sending them checks, which we do, I think, didn't we just hear something that our government is sending the fucking Taliban $80 million a week? That's a pretty profitable job if you can get it. These are the things, and that's why I ask, once you know, would you ever go back? Once you know, would you ever go back? So yes, 80% of your hair care and shampoo, dye, stuff like that, comes from China. Now, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why I'm doing this. And I got a whole category. You're gonna see things and you're gonna learn things that are gonna blow your mind. Imagine a P. Diddy party with all that oil that came from China. And if it was garlic flavored oil he did, imagine all those Chinamen that were licking all those oily bodies and they never knew it. Anyway, no, don't think about it. Okay. Here's what's going on. I've made a commitment to you to show you a way out. If you don't get pissed about this stuff, if you don't do something about this stuff, you kind of not have the right to complain. Can you get into Congress and write laws? No. Can you help get lawmakers elected that can change things? Yes. But the change you're looking for, the change you are looking for, begins in your own damn home. This is probably one of my big hangups. I'm so freaking rigid on things that when an actor, who I like, stands up against the United States of America, I cut them off. And when I cut them off, when I write you off, you're written off forever. There is no coming back. Maybe that's good, maybe that's bad. But now, as I examine myself as an individual, I realize it's kind of a good way to be. Because I can't sit here and talk about saving our great republic if I don't even practice it myself. It's also why when I write books about the things I write about, I'm literally doing it. So let me tell you what I'm doing. You've seen me do things before, like Make Woke Go Broke, etc. Same thing. But we've now come to the point that I want you to understand, we the people are the cure. I've always told you that. What I'm trying to do is to give you the inside of that pill and let you really do it and understand it. So here's what I'm introducing to you. I call it the Maha Aha. Make America Healthy Again aha moment. That aha moment when you finally see it. The Maha Aha. See, I think when your mind's open, you will do what's right. Unless you're apathetic or lazy. So what I'm trying to do, there's a lot of grounding when you understand that our precious babies and grandbabies get some like 200 plus vaccines. Wow. What a con job. They are milking us and killing us at the same time. It's all about controlling us. And I don't know about you, but I hate being controlled. But can you pick up the phone and call your local congressman and demand it change? Sure, you can. Will it change? Hell no. And so to continue this effort, and just to frankly get you off your ass, folks, to understand you're the cure, and to take a look in this big pill, you've heard about the red pill, the pill we got to take, is I want you to think about the Maha Aha. Make America Healthy Again. But that aha moment, you realize, holy shit, I'm contributing to this stuff and I've got to stop it. Now, that's why I'm doing this URL, okay? Here's all I'm asking you to do. If you will go to Maha Aha, this is your aha moment. If you will go to mahaaha.com, you're going to fill out a simple form. We're going to be willing to hand walk you through this stuff. I'm going to show you even more. It's going to drop your jaws. But if you truly believe in people like RFK Jr. and all the crap that they are killing us with and how our money bleeds out the doors, and you are feeling helpless and you're feeling lost and you feel like your ass is getting kicked and you feel like there's no way out. How many of you feel like there's no way out? There's no way we can save ourselves. It's too freaking far. How many people around you have given up? I can't give up. It's not in my blood. You know what? I'd rather take a fucking bullet to the forehead than give up. And believe me, every one of us thinks about giving up. Every one of us thinks about this is too fucking much. I'm fed up with it. Every one of us are thinking about shit. We just can't make it. We can't make ends meet. Every one of us think about all these rat fucking bastards that are screwing us left and right. And when we now really look at this money, we're going, fuck. And we just want out. I don't care if it's food products or cosmetic products or cleaning products, right? Or, healthcare or any of that. I will give you an exit plan if you will just pay attention. That's it. I will give you an exit plan if you will pay attention. Now, this is just like anything else. I believe we have all grown in the last 5 years by decades. I truly believe it. God gave us a gift. We have seen so much crap, so much shit, so much deception, more than any time in the world, that we ain't buying that fucking JFK bullet anymore. In and out, in and out, in and out, pristine. We're a different people. I know you can see that. We are a different people. But you got to understand, we've got to heal our sick country. And making America healthy again is not just about vaccines. It's about everything in your life. And you've got to clean up the rampant disease in your home, your own home. But I'm telling you, if you'll take the steps, just like election integrity and all this, if you'll just be responsible for yourself, you're going to find peace. It's going to be infectious, just like courage, if you have the courage to do it yourself. And we can change this world. Here, get ready. Okay, so here, number one. In the skincare and moisturizers category, what percent of serums or creams, and by the way, when you go to Maha Aha, here's all you're going to do. You're going to fill out a very simple form, and we're going to send you information. I'm going to help you walk out of this. We're going to help you get out of this mess. I'm telling you, you shouldn't give a rat's ass about a politician. Outside of elections, focus on elections, we'll get politicians. But thinking a politician's going to change this shit or listen to you, no way. But if you'll get your little happy fingers and you will get to typing that URL, Maha Aha, yes, make America healthy again, aha moment. When that light bulb clicks in your head, you can find your way out. Okay. In the skincare category, for moisturizers, serums, and creams, what percent of that comes from China? Ironically, down to your coconut oils. Look, all you got to do is go to a white party once a week and your skin will be nice and soft. What percent of all the skincare products in the United States? And if you've already started doing this, absolutely fantastic. But we've got to set more people free if we're going to make it work. What percent? You ready? And I'm always reachable. If you want information, I'm reachable. We can always find reasons not to change. But I'm always here. And that's why I'm trying to open your eyes. You ready? 85%. 85% of the moistures and serums and creams you put on your skin come from these foreign countries. Now, let me ask you a question. If in China our garlic is grown by having them shit on it, go back to the beginning of the program, you'll see it, and peeling the skin off by sucking it in their mouths. What if China really wanted to do us in and just started slowly putting shit in creams and makeup? You know, it could be done. It could be done. Ladies, here's one for you for your makeup. In your color cosmetics, how much of your lipstick, eyeshadow, and blush come from China? In your color cosmetics, ladies, in your lipstick, eyeshadow, and blush, how much comes from China? Now, I want you to think for a moment. We've got a country that does not have our interest at heart. Think back to lead and paint. They don't give a rat's ass. They weren't using it in their country, but they were sending it to our country. No wonder we got kids that are fucked up with a dingle-dinger winger think they're women. Think about this. Think about the odds that we're all being poisoned. Think about how easy it would be if the system, and you know the system's trying to destroy us, if the system funded some little agent in a foreign country just to start lacing stuff within it. You wonder why we're finding arsenic and all kinds of heavy metals in our system? Chances are they're feeding them to us. Wonder why everybody's going deranged and has all these health problems? Because they're importing them. And then we're importing them through our skin. Right? Think about that. What percent of your makeup, ladies, that you're wiping on one of the most sensitive areas, right, of your body? And by the way, I want to let you know, manufactured in the USA doesn't mean what you think it means. So hold the comments. Manufactured in the USA doesn't mean what you think it means. Because, see, they can just order the ingredient. Here's the American rules. You can order the eye makeup. You can order the separate little container it's in. You can ship in the makeup. You can ship in the container. And you can assemble it in Arkansas. And it's manufactured in the USA. You're going to learn some things you don't want to know. And that's why getting yourself in line, you better align yourself with companies and systems that don't con you like that. So there's a big deal between manufactured in the USA than actually being from the USA. Okay, you ready? Your lipstick, your eyeshadow, your blush. Ready? 90% is coming from China. Up to 90%. It runs in kind of cyclical trends. But see, the reason they do that is because they'll have a metal that's over there allowed in the makeup to make an eyelid shine, but here it's not. But as long as they bring it in, and the company really just kind of drops it in a little thing, and even down to just putting a package sleeve over it, manufactured in America. But they don't tell you that. They do not tell you that. They do not tell you that. The glimmering pigment, which we have here in America, and it can be sourced in America, but what you're buying over the counter, 70% of it comes from India and China. Titanium dioxide, zinc dioxide, yeah. They'll just send it over, send it back. Silicone emulsifiers, botanical extracts, a little different. I'm a little bit more lenient on botanical extracts because of the growing seasons. Synthetic fragrances, the plastic compounds, the brushes. I think people don't understand just how much the system has gotten out from under us. The system, folks, has gotten out from under us. When you understand our dependency on foreign countries, and our system did this to us. That's why I ask you, when your eyes are opened, right? And I know somebody's saying, I'm a dude, I don't use any of that. Hang on. Hang on. I told you these are kind of in a random order. But the question is, once you know it, are you willing to go back? Why would you ever go back if you know it? So here's what I'm doing. I've talked a lot about make woke go broke and other things. I tell you, we the people are the cure. I'm doing the same thing, but I want to show you inside that pill. And inside that pill is what you have to understand is the Maha Aha moment. It's make America healthy again. Health is everything in your life. But you got to have that aha moment. You got to have that aha moment where you go, holy shit, I had no idea. You have no idea how much you fund communism. You have no idea how much you fund socialism. And all day long, we can bitch about politicians and we can get upset. Nobody's prosecuting Epstein. Nobody's doing this. These guys aren't being rounded up. How can you even expect that of the politicians when yourself, you won't even make the smallest of moves? Now, until I really started digging into our food supplies and stuff, I never thought this, but I'm telling you, we are creating ourselves a very slow, secular suicide. We're doing it to ourselves. They have made us dependent upon chemicals. That is why so many around you have disease that if you went back to the 30s, 40s, before that, we didn't have. These people are playing the long game, and they are willing to debilitate you at the worst time in your life and take even more money from you. We live in a country where maybe your Social Security check's $1,200 or $1,400, but a fucking illegal across the border gets $3,400. See, we're the carbon they want to get rid of. But yet we sit here. We never really think about this stuff. We never, ever think anymore. We're just told and we do. And that's why I'm asking you that very hard question. Once you know, are you actually willing to go back? And it's in everything. All of our products. We are chemically dependent on these countries. Many of our children now are chemically dependent on the pharmaceutical system. Many people of you are chemically dependent on the system that wants to kill us. And sometimes we don't even think about, right? Everything that even goes into what we do. You've got to have somebody that's providing these products to you that has the same exact values as you. Do you think Target or Walmart or any of these guys have the same values as you? Fucking Walmart funded, the Walmart Air funded the No Kings protest across the United States. Got another one coming up. Walmart. You did that. In reality, Walmart didn't do it. You did that. And I'm using that as a layover for all. But do you think about it? And we sit here and we hang on to these politics and we hope for the best and we wonder why they're not prosecuting Epstein and stuff. If you haven't done it yet, get off your butt. I'm only asking you to go to mahaaha.com, that Make America Healthy Again, in every category, including finances, and have your aha moment. Fill out the form. We're going to help you. Let's keep on going through this bullshit. Ready? Here you go. What percent of all the packaging, pumps, bottles, compacts, all of this stuff, right? And I'm going to get to snack foods and all kinds of stuff. So hang on. You want to be able to do it as much in your life as you can. You want to know the products that are the most egregious offenders, the ones that are robbing your health, the ones that are making your kids ADD, the ones that are making you hurt and pain as you get older, and the ones that are funding China and terrorists and people that don't care about America. And your goal should be to stop the most egregious ones first. Do something. I'm trying to get you to do something. What percent of packaging? We don't think about that. I'm not going to buy from China, so I'm not going to buy Jimmy Chang's cosmetic. I'm going to buy Patriot flag bottle. But see, that only has a sticker of a flag on it. You got conned. That only has a sticker of a flag on it, and so it's the flag makeup. What percent of those bottles? 95%. 95%. By the way, the link's down below and you can click. You wonder why mainstream America is being destroyed? If they can make our kids nervous, if they can make our kids unstable and think a penis is an ugly vagina, right? Cut off their forearm skin on girls and cut out their labia and put in their forearm skin so they can call it a wanker. Do you understand how far we're falling? I think they're buttering us up with chemicals. You can't get away from all of it, but damn it, you better do something. And that's why I'm just asking the hard question. Can you even see this and not do a damn thing? But yet we complain. Why don't you just become congruent? Congruent means what you say, do, and feel is exactly what you act, right? You do it. And there's so many subtleties out there you don't understand. So much of the things that go into the ladies' systems with cosmetics and stuff, they're coming from overseas. But you never think about the bottle or the spray nozzle or the cap or the shrink wrap or the foil packs or the glass or the printed labels. You never think about it. We are trapped in a system that's bleeding us. Nickels, pennies, dimes, nickels, pennies, dimes at every minute and every hour of the day. But see, you on your own can't do anything about it. You got to align with a company that refuses to do that. That refuses to do that. That's your choice. Somebody who's going to focus on it, and we're just not going to let this shit in. But so many people can't even make that same choice. So many people, think about it, so many people won't even put in a URL and say, just show me how. Oh, I don't want to do that. Okay. But don't you understand we're losing America because of this? Don't you understand? We're funding this stuff. If anything you should have learned about USAID, it's our money. You can't pull that tax money back. Impossibility. But you can. You got to go from the red pill now to the red, white, and blue pill, folks. You've got to go from the red pill to the red, white, and blue pill. You've got to be committed to make this happen. What percent of your cold and flu? What percent of your cold and flu medications are coming from China? Yeah, they're going to make us feel better when we have flu. They'll give us a flu, they'll cure the flu. They'll give us a flu and a disease, and they'll make the... Think about that mess. What percent... See if you can pass the test. Come on, put it in. What percent of our cold and flu medicines come from China? And then you got to ask yourself, does China have our best interest? Or how about it this way? Well, we have checks and balances. Does that fat fucking purple-haired slob, right, at customs, who hates America, who hates white people, who hates American colonialism, whatever the fuck you want to say they've been trained, do you think they really test this shit to see if it's okay? Or do you think they just collect a government paycheck, sit on their fat fucking asses eating chips? What do you think? Do you think they're really watching out for you? Do you think they're really watching out for you? What percent of cold and flu medications are you putting in your body that come from a country, right? And you're right. Satan's workshops work this shit out, work this crap, crank it out 24/7. 85%. 85% of the things you're putting in your body, 85% of the things you are putting in your body that are going to make you feel better from the cold and flu or whatever come from China. And I just want you to think about the process. Is a politician going to fix this? Hell no. They get too much money from China. Well, we got inspectors. We've got this. They're not going to let it happen. Do you trust a single government employee? We found out we got 15 million people drawing Social Security checks that are over 100 years old. Do you really think politicians and the systems do their job? It's the freaking gravy train, folks, and it's only because we won't change. We won't change. I look at this and I try to think about it and I try to offer solutions and I try to say, we got to give a way out. And I've told you always, we, the people, are the cure. I've been telling you this for a while, make go broke and other things. I want you to look in the pill because we got to go from the red pill to the red, white, and blue pill. We've got to make America healthy again. You got to have that aha moment. We have to make America healthy again. And in that aha moment is you realize how much they've got us trapped. They've got us trapped everywhere. I guarantee you, when you go piss in the toilet, if we could test it, you're pissing Chinese because you got so much in your system. It's just the truth. But you know what they know, what you politicians know about us, right? Know about the system? So many people will not lift a finger. We are so trained to bitch and moan and do nothing. Oh, I don't want to do that. That's too hard. I like going to Walmart and Target. It's where I get to see the most butt crack. Lift your damn finger, folks. You've got to become part of the solution. You are the cure. I'm only asking you to go to Maha Aha. Let us show you this so you understand. Let's keep on going. Take a test. Speaking of cold and flu, how about your standard vitamins you're taking? C, D, B complex and stuff. What percent of just your standard vitamins, what percent comes from China? But I buy patriotic vitamins, patriot vitamins. Do you really think the guy who's an Army vet, God bless every vet, got this little shop doing Patriot vitamins, I'm a Patriot, take this and you'll be a Patriot too, has got a manufacturing plant and sourcing everything the best possible way in the United States of America? What percent of these vitamins we are consuming? Ready? 95%. You can buy what you want all damn day long. But what you really should have is a company that refuses to do that, a company that doesn't source that way, a company that thinks the same as you do and only wants to save America and doesn't give a rat's ass about all these other countries. And more importantly, wants to make these things that they're far more effective on your body than anyone else. That's the deal, folks. That's why I ask you, once you know this, can you go back? I do these so you think about how much you're putting in your body every damn day. This is so simple. We think all of this is hard. I want to give you an example. Here was my breakthrough to understand how they stole the election. Now, it's very technical. It's even an order of magnitude harder than a 6 polynomial fractodactylus and pterodactyl. It is. Let me show you how hard it is to know what happened. We have an election. It's supposed to be 90% by mail. The ballots aren't folded. What percent of the ballots aren't folded when it was supposed to be 90% of them came in the mail? It is the easiest and the most obvious that is the solution. You don't need somebody coming in. Well, I got a 6-degree polynomial and I cross-hybridized it with 7 rays of light, red shoes, and a very special choir note that only I can hit. Now, I'm going to explain it to you, but you're not going to understand it, but it's just going to make you love me more because you're going to think I'm smart. Well, I'm telling you, I'm a stupid motherfucker. I'm not kidding when I say that, folks. You got to understand. I grew up playing in the field, running with no shoes. And by the way, you know me, I'm the one that fucking fell head first into open fucking sewer in the neighborhood. Put 52 members of my family in one room. What do you get? A fucking full set of teeth. I learned to think simply. And I knew when I looked at the election and everybody was locked down from the pandemic and stuff, and it was supposed to be by mail-in ballots, and I'm going, those fuckers aren't folded. Stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks of them. So how can they even claim they're a mail-in ballot? Oh, they weren't even in color. They're supposed to. How can they claim it? They can't. But see, they needed you to go to think, well, no, it's got to be harder than that. Well, that's why we introduced the 6-degree terraformal pterodactyl fractal. And you can't see it, but I can give you a chart and I can make you think you see it. Squint your eyes. And here my dumbass comes along and goes, wait a minute. That paper's not folded. The reason I tell you this is our cure is so simple that you may be missing it. But you want other people to do it for you. Is anybody fixing it? You've ridden through these last 5 years. Is anybody really fixing it at the government level? They're going to cover their own ass. Why don't you cover your own ass? Why don't you take that one tip from them? Cover your own ass. I'm just asking you to go to Maha'aha, and we're going to help you. Some of you have already gotten started when we're doing Make Woke Go Broke. You're good. Look, a revolution's coming. But we don't do the simplest, easiest things. What percent of pain relievers? Think about how many of you have pains every day. Think of how many of you have been eating garlic with Chinese poop and saliva on it, never knew it. How many of you are consuming acetaminophen and ibuprofen? If you are, if you use acetaminophen and ibuprofen, Be honest. Put it in chat. Just be honest. Do you do it? Do you use acetaminophen and ibuprofen? Put it in chat. Have you ever thought about just your acetaminophen and ibuprofen? Yes, people use it. I'm going to get to vitamins. And by the way, Archie, if you haven't been paid attention, go to mahaaha.com, fill out the material, and I'm going to show you every one item by item. Who do you buy from? What do you think I'm trying to get you to do to understand? Wait till I get to vitamins. I'm not even there yet. What percent of your acetaminophen and ibuprofen comes from China? 95%. Now, isn't that an oxymoron? You don't want to feel pain. You want to feel better, right? You want to feel better. But you're relying on China, a country that wants to see us go away, to do it. I mean, just think of the lunacy in that. Think of the lunacy in that. That's why I'm asking you, once you see it, can you go back? This is the exit. You don't want to do that acetaminophen and crap, but you still have to deal with those things. Go to Maha, fill out the form, we'll help you do it. I'm going to keep on going. Oh, man. 95% of all the standard vitamins. Did you catch that? 95% of all the standard vitamins are coming from China. Snack foods. Well, snack foods are uniquely American. This snack, processed food, and packaged snacks, by the way, it's the same for your frozen foods and canned foods. Snack foods. What percent comes from China? Yeah, 70%. When you understand our system has sold us out, when you understand in our health, we are relying on our enemies to ease our pain, to ease our suffering, to ease our mucus in our nasals and lungs, to affect our allergies, to allow us to take our vitamins and feel better. Well, you might think vitamins come, vitamin C comes from an orange. It does if you use the natural stuff, but 95% of the shit comes from China and it's chemically made. And frankly, if they could make it out of a rat's tail or rat's ass or rat's ears, they'll do that because it's cheaper. And we do this. Oh, yeah. And the irony, China's going to keep you healthy. China's going to keep you fit. China's going to give you vitamins while they fucking starve and kill their own people. And you pay for it. You pay for it. Right? Citrus acid. China controls the market. What percent of your nutritional supplements and vitamin? Now, this is a little different than the ingredients. I'm going different than the ingredients. I've told you, because see, there's this loophole. The loophole is, we're an American vitamin company. What does that mean? Well, they have a company here in America, and they put a label on it. It's like, I'm going to do the flag vitamins. I'm going to do the Patriot vitamins. Get them from China, ship them in, put that on it, and you think you're doing something. So when it comes to the packaging part, 95%. The system's not going to tell you grow your own fucking peppers in your backyards to get more vitamin C than your body can use. I want you to just think about those things. You've got to ask yourself a question. Once you know the truth, right? Once you know the truth, can you intellectually honestly go back? Can you intellectually honestly go back? Think about that. I want you to soul search. I want you to be honest. I just want you to think through it. %90 of the antibiotics you're consuming comes from China. Is China really going to do what's right to make you healthy? I don't believe it. So once you know the truth, what are you doing about it? I mean, why are you trusting? That's what I don't get. Why are you trusting? Isn't that what we do with the politicians? We trusted them to do what's right. Look what they're doing. Isn't that what we did with doctors and everybody else? We trusted them to do what's right. Can I just ask you a question? Other than somebody told you, what did they do to earn your trust? Do you get to go kick the tires? Do you get to go walk through the manufacturing plants? Do you get to ask them questions where these ingredients come from? Who in the hell decided you could take shit from China, bring it to America, slap a box and a label on it, which also came from China, but because you did that, it qualifies as American made? And we sit here and we look at this broken system every day. Well, I only use natural cleaning products. I make my own out of salamander oil and whatever. Well, folks, 70% of that little device you spray out of comes from China. Well, I care about my health. I don't do vitamins, but I eat protein bars and energy snacks and I take care of my body. 70% of that comes from China. If they'll allow garlic, one of the biggest ingredients we use in the United States, to be grown in Chinese shit, and to get that little skin off the garlic, they do it by the workers. They have a sucking line. They put the garlic in their mouth, saliva, which does it because it has natural acids. The humans, the machine, they suck on it a bit. It softens the skin. They pop it off. And then they just spit it in a little platoon and then they bag it up. Oh, I'm doing good for myself. I'm healthy. You really think so? Everything you clean your home with, talking about, cleaning your home, the solvents, forget just the cleaning product containers, the shit that's in them. 80% of that raw chemical stuff comes from China. Why aren't you doing business with people that say, we're not going to do that to America, so we better source our own ingredients that aren't toxic, that aren't going to kill people, that aren't going to do whatever? Yeah, and you think of these things. Well, I use Seventh Generation or Burt's Bees or Miss Myers. They all sold out, folks. It's not the same ingredient. There's only one company. All I'm asking you to do, folks, it is so damn simple. You have got to be like me and totally fed up with this stuff. I am. I told you you're the cure. You already now know that. I want to take you from the red pill to the red, white, and blue pill. You got to get serious about it. You went conservative, now you got to get to America. You got to have this Make America Healthy Again aha moment. You got to know how all this works because everybody is way past fed up. There is no excuse for saying I'm an American and I'm a patriot and I support America when you won't even change that. Come on. Citric acid, vitamin C, soy, garlic, gelatin, artificial flavors. These are chemicals controlled by China. And a simple question is, does China have our best interests at heart? Do the politicians who get kickbacks and bought out have our best interests at heart? I don't think any politician has our best interests at heart. But I can set you free from that, and I will stake my children's, my grandchildren, my reputation, all of it. You got a company that has taken the time to figure all of this out, to set you free, but you find a way not to pay attention to it. And it completely changed my life. And every day I look at my everything I do and my home, and I know I am walking my talk. And you hate USAID taking our money and funding nations that want to destroy us. And then you find out 15 million people over 100 years old are getting Social Security. And then you realize, well, I only get about $1,400 in Social Security. When they give illegals $3,200 to $3,400. Well, those fucking politicians. No, look in the mirror. No, look in the mirror. And do not post links in my program. Because here's the deal. I care about every one of you watching. My goal is to make you the smartest patriot in the room. I'm going to show you the crap they refuse to show you. Because I'm having to have the same come to Jesus you do. And I can't believe how dependent our nation has become on other nations that hate us. And we accept it and we turn a blind eye to it. And we expect to live the American dream. We want better for our kids, but shit, we're killing them. I had to even think about this in my own life. Why does Maha Aha get forwarded? Because I want you to fill out the form. It's common sense. Look at the form. Do you think you can remember that long ass URL of where I'm saying put in your information so we can help you? No. So I make it simple. Maha Aha. You know what Maha is? Make America healthy again. You know what aha is? Aha moment, when you finally get it. When you have that epiphany, oh, fuck, they've been raping me. Oh, fuck, it's the mail-in ballots. Oh, fuck, it's the drop boxes. That's the maha aha. Yes. And so I'm giving you a shortcut to get there, and all I'm asking you to do, you'll see a video from me, fill out the form, and we're going to set you free. But when you learn this stuff, let's just take garlic and onion powder. 90+% of it coming from China. I already told you what they do with garlic. They grow it in human feces. They skin it to the market because it's more valuable by sucking on it. But see, you said, well, I watched it. That's why I did this to you. Well, I've never bought skinned garlic in bulk. I admitted I did. I used to buy the big ass jars because I hated skinning it and I love garlic till I learned. But I don't do that. Well, do you eat soup? Do you eat chips? Do you eat sauces? How does that Chinese ass and spit taste? I'm just asking. Not that I have anything about Chinese ass and spit. She could look really great, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about some ugly fucking snaggletooth starving farmer that Chinese abuses, that has all these diseases. You're going to get it one way or another. Your soft drinks, your cereals, your skincare, your energy bars, your candies, your packaged foods, your seasonings, your vitamins, your cosmetics, your snacks, your over-the-counter medicines. And they did it all right under our noses. I did this because the other day I did that one program about, okay, what does this bombing mean? And they're going to lock down the Hormuz Strait. And then I just got really looking at cause and effect. Folks, I'm just be honest with you. I do not call myself a Republican anymore. And I'll be honest with you. To say Republican to me is equally as repugnant as saying pedophile. Why? Because it took two parties to get us into this mess. And the Republicans aren't doing shit. And the Democrats are just more intentional about it. The GOP did this to us. So I'm being honest with you. I'm telling you, I've had to have these come to Jesus meetings and say, I can't go back. I don't want the fucking label as a Republican. I find it disgusting. Because you know what? You can't throw an election unless the Republicans were in on it. But man, everything in our system, everything we're ingesting, everything we're buying and putting on our foods, everything we're putting into our bodies. American product, I eat beef jerky. Yeah, with garlic powder flavored with Chinese shit ass cheeks, sweat and spit. But it's damn good jerky. And I know you're asking, like me, how the fuck did we even get saddled with these parties? Because we never paid attention. We thought that's what it was. We wanted to be part of the team. I want you to be fucking selfish. I want you to be selfish. I want you to be so defensive of your front yard and your backyard, your kids, your grandbabies, your future, your retirement, that you tell the system, I don't want to do it, but fuck you. I'm not playing anymore. I am so sick of this crap. But they learned, they played us like a fiddle, because even the simplest thing to do, like going to a URL and filling out a form and really making a commitment, we can't do. What the fuck is it going to take? You're going to get your Soylent Green chips and you're only going to realize it's humans when you finally get a fingernail and a lip and an eyelid? If we get to that, it's over. It's not just politics, folks. This is only about money. Politics is the window dressing to make people feel like they're being represented. Politics is the window dressing used to make people feel like something's being done. It's window dressing. We are on our own. We are on our own. And I'm not going to stand for it. I have personally walked the halls and the manufacturing of exactly what I'm showing you. And I want only to associate with people that are willing to live the same way, care for our great American Republic, and say, screw it, I'm dropping out of the system and I'm just not going to let you do it to me anymore. That's all this is about. That is all this is about. I've told you, we the people are the cure. You've taken the red pill. You've seen it over the last few years, but I want to pull back that pill to the red, white, and blue pill. I'm not talking about putting a label on it. I'm talking about making America healthy again, having that aha moment. Vitamins, foods, cleaners, even your own financial well-being. If you don't take control, you are going to continue to live in this system of slavery that we approved, that we fund, and that is literally calling the slow, painfully slow secular suicide of our country. I got one request. If you can't close your eyes to this, and if you know the truth and want to never go back, I'm only asking you to very simply, please, go to Maha Aha, Make America Healthy Again. This is your aha moment. Okay? This will change your life. People that have followed this direction of me are getting their vitamins or supplements. It's working. Their blood work is coming back fantastic, perfect. They're getting off pharmaceuticals because I believe some of the pharmaceuticals that are out there only do a little bit, don't go as far. They want to keep you, so you have to take another one. I'm telling you, you can talk to people in chat. This will set you free. This will set you free. But damn it, do you have the personal fortitude that once you know the truth, you will never go back? And I am tired of thinking in any part of the government, because I now know different, they've got our back. They're on their own schedule. They'll tell you they do it. We just passed these cuts, and they're going to come online 10 years from now. Fuck that. You better get selfish. You better get greedy. You better get serious. You better get pissed. God demands you take action. Period. You better understand that making America healthy again is not just about vaccines or pharmaceuticals. It's everything. Nutraceuticals, cosmetics, snack food, oils, essentials, everything. Do it right now, folks. Feel good about yourself, change it all, and fight the damn system. And I tell you what, enough of us do this. I am so now sold on fucking drop out. My new motto is drop out and fuck off about government stuff. You don't need them. You just need you to have higher standards. I love you. Please, 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 please share this.
This crazy world is telling you your sons can be daughters and your daughters can be your sons. When will the madness stop? Never. So you have to decide, will you comply or defy? They tell us all, you will own nothing, eat bugs, and be happy. Is this why America's largest food processing plants and food supply plants keep burning down? Do you really think this is a coincidence? Of course not. The system is telling us right to our faces what they have planned for us. You have a choice. Comply or simply defy their plan for us all. Defy the system's plan and execute your own plan. Abundant, safe, secure natural food supply. Introducing the Food Forest Bible. This bestseller by Jovan Hutton Pulitzer is the single most complete, executable, easy-to-follow plan for sustainable, self-managing food production for self-sufficiency and food security. For the first time ever, a coffee table, heirloom quality full color book which unlocks the ancient secrets of creating a food forest. Imagine planting in a way which requires no digging, no pesticides, and creates massive ancient food abundance. No fooling. Food forests are the ancient secret to planning and planting once. And have your own Garden of Eden, which will feed your families for decade after decade. Buck the system. Buck the New World Order and order your very own copy of Jovan Hutton Pulitzer's Food Forest Bible. Learn how to create a sustainable, self-managing, natural food production for self-sufficiency and food security for your family. Side yard, small yard, backyard, backlot, or even lots of acres, the Food Forest Bible works for everyone. Order on Amazon, hardcover, softcover, or ebook. Don't comply. Expertly defy the system.
what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets trembling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, traitors that star-spangled banner, yeah, wave for the land under the fray, and the home of the brave. Because we are the brave. Yes, we are the brave. We'll fight you in name, the name of the brave. We are the U.S. of A. For those unaware, that flag is still there. It's our future to save. Stand of the brave, the U.S. of A. Oh, traitors that star-spangled banner, yeah, wave for the land of the free, and the home of the
Cut the crap. How many times a day do you want to say that to politicians? The elite, the loony liberals, the fake news media, in the gender-confused, emotional socialist snowflake crowd. Cut the crap is your secret weapon for fighting for our freedoms and our great republic. It all begins with a massive mental enema, freeing you from the toxic news and politically correct views, which constipate your consciousness with stinking thinking. Your host, Joe Von Hutton Pulitzer. He's known for calling out politicians and telling them to cut the crap. You've seen him on virtually every television network and listened to him on Coast to Coast Radio. And now he's here to help you learn to fight for America. Culture, race, and American politics. They all have one thing in common. They all need to cut the crap. Now, here's your host, Joe Von Hutton Pulitzer.
Hey there, folks. Joel Von Hutton Pulitzer. Welcome to the program, Cut the Crap. This is a special edition. When I talk about crap, weird name for a program, C-R-A-P. It stands for Culture, Race, and American Politics. Because I believe when culture, race, and American politics are combined, everything goes to hell in a handbasket. Many times it comes down to corporate greed. This program, this special program, we're going to be talking about the beef industry. Is it beef or is it just bull S? And how BS, how corporate greed actually has fed us a bunch of bull. And I'm going to give you the lowdown on the infected truth of the meat and the box meat industry. That the meat industry just does not want you to know. Today's program is going to be exceptionally enlightening. Especially in a time when we're deathly afraid of hospitals, that our hospitals may not even have our best interests anymore. Our government seems to be selling us out, if not flat out killing us. Mandates, all this stuff that's going on. Folks, share this program right now. Absolutely share it right now. This is a very important program because, you know, our food supply is in danger. I believe that. Many of you believe that. Let's just reminisce on some of the programs I've done over the last few months. We're now concerned with our food supply because they're now giving these mRNA shots to our food supply. We see our food supply going up in smoke. We see cattle just falling over by the thousands like they did in Kansas. Many are wondering, are they flat out destroying our food supply? Are they experimenting on our food supply? There's some that believe the reason they're vaccinating our chickens now, or making this alarmism about bird flu and have one bird display some symptoms and then they go into the operation and basically slaughter all 10 million birds. Is it to create a panic so they can convince farmers or whatever to start injecting our food supply with vaccines that the animals don't need? What you need to know is many of our animals for years. It's been an ongoing process since before Donald J. Trump came into office, that they started giving interesting vaccines to our food supply. I want to talk specifically about beef today. Who does not love an incredible piece of steak, grilled, whether it be a filet or a ribeye or a sirloin, whatever the case may be? Have you ever taken a look at the cattle operation in the United States? Now, I grew up with a family that was into ranching. It was one of the best scenarios of controlling your food supply, but our country, our people have moved away from that. I'm going to show you some of that this evening that I think you need to pay attention to. Please do me a favor, share this program. This is an eye-opening program. A few things you need to know. I was surprised at what we thought we were getting in the way of beef prices in the United States was really a good deal. You would think that our country is benefiting from it. But in this society of woke corporate greed, we find out not only are we not benefiting from it the way that we should as Americans, but a lot of our beef is not even being used in our country. It's being shipped out to other countries. And what they're selling us over the counter that we now have been brainwashed into thinking passes for good beef. Well, if you're like me, you might have noticed over the last many years, call it a double handful of years, that it seems like our steaks just keep on getting tougher and tougher. And you know what I found when we go to the store, Walmart, might be your grocery store, and you buy a cut of meat, throw it out on the grill. I think it's funny that we take the blame if the steak or whatever doesn't come out right. And it's probably because you've never been taught what beef is really supposed to be. Just like going from what our parents drink, Folgers coffee, to a really good whole bean ground coffee. It's night and day difference. You know that. So let's kind of set some standards. Most of our animals that go into our meat production in the United States, besides being vaccinated, are fed hormones to make them grow really fast. They have a steady diet of antibiotics because their conditions that they're raised on are so horrific that the cattle, chickens, etc., have diseases, so they have to feed them antibiotics. All of that passes to us when we consume them. I remember years ago about a study in Italy about growth hormones being unregulated there given to beef, and they were having an outbreak of girls 8 years old beginning their menses at 8 years old. They attributed to all the hormones in the beef that at the time was unregulated there. So you can admit we have some horrible problems. What's more important is, I think, as I've learned through this, that you and I have been sacrificed. We have been sacrificed to maximize profit, get a lesser quality product, be dumbed down about our food supply, and then now we're finding out some of this grass-fed stuff, which I'm going to share with you, and some of this natural and organic stuff is just total, absolute horse hockey. So to begin the program tonight, you might want to take a pen and paper and write this down. I'm going to share a video for you, kind of set the premise for this evening's educational program. Here is the difference you probably never knew about the beef supply in the United States of America.
There are 8 grades of beef designated by the USDA, and there's one common factor that determines grade quality: the amount of marbling in the meat. Simply stated, the more marbling, the higher the grade. The 3 lowest grades are utility, cutter, and canner. These grades may be completely devoid of marbling and often come from older animals. They're typically reserved for making products like hot dogs and other processed meats. You'll never find meat in a supermarket labeled as utility, cutter, or canner grades because they're not palatable as straight cuts. The next grades are USDA Standard and USDA Commercial. Standard and commercial grades have no marbling and are considerably less tender than higher grades. When sold in the retail market, they typically go ungraded or are labeled under the store brand name and sold at very low prices. These grades are only suitable for stew and slow cooker recipes that will make them less tough. You would never consider grilling or frying these grades because it would result in dry, tough, hard-to-eat meat. You'd lose a lot of friends serving this at a barbecue. Next is USDA Select. Select beef is widely available in the retail market, but it is almost never labeled as USDA Select. USDA Select has slight marbling, but not much. It's a much leaner grade than USDA Choice and tends to be less tender and less juicy with less flavor. You wouldn't want to grill or fry this meat as it would be much too dry. You can cook USDA Select meats with moist heat methods like stewing, steaming, and poaching, or using a slow cooker. This helps break down tough fibers that are usually present in meat that has been graded Select. If you purchase meat at a grocery store and it has no grade designation, it's most likely USDA Select. If it were a higher grade of meat, say USDA Choice, the grocery store would proudly label it as USDA Choice. Speaking of USDA Choice accounts for roughly 50% of all graded beef. USDA Choice costs more, but is widely available to consumers in supermarkets and restaurants. If beef has been graded USDA Choice, the words USDA Choice will almost always appear on the label. Choice has a good amount of marbling, although less than USDA Prime. It can be cooked with almost any cooking method. You can typically grill, fry, roast, or bake this beef, as well as stew it or braise it without causing excessive dryness. USDA Choice is an excellent economic alternative to the next and highest grade of meat, USDA Prime, because USDA Prime can be quite expensive. It's also important to note that USDA Choice can be divided into two subgrades, Low Choice and High Choice. High Choice has the most marbling and is very close to the quality of USDA Prime in flavor and tenderness. USDA Prime is the highest grade of beef because it has the most marbling. There's simply nothing better. Beef that grades USDA Prime is very tender, very juicy, and full of flavor. USDA Prime is also very rare. Only about 9% of all graded beef will grade Prime. That's why it is very expensive. USDA Prime is usually reserved for high-end dining establishments. A USDA Prime steak at a fine restaurant in New York City, Chicago, or Los Angeles will cost between $85 to $95 a pound. People who can afford it will gladly pay that for a prime steak. That's because its exquisite tenderness and juicy flavor make it an absolutely delightful eating experience. But because USDA Prime is so rare and so expensive, many people have never tasted a USDA Prime steak. In summary, quality is all about marbling. The higher the percentage of marbling, the higher the grade, because it's marbling that produces tenderness, juiciness, and the most flavor.
So there's your education on beef. Now, if you've ever gone to a high-end restaurant and you have had a true prime, USAD prime steak, it'll be $85 to $95 a pound, but you're probably talking for the whole plate. You know, when it's plated and stuff, you're probably talking $150 or north. Now, if you've ever had one, yes, it will absolutely blow your socks off. I'm going to give you an education of what you're seeing in the store and what we've really been sold. But I want to keep in mind a few things. Is we know our food supply in the United States of America is under attack. We know, just as my own opinion, that the government might be pulling some shady business. We know as consumers, not only are we taken advantage of, but it's our money that funds this woke system that keeps us suppressed and keeps these agendas pushed on every one of us. This is one of the things that has made America rapidly decline because we're the economic engine. We're what consumes it. And if you can not teach us what we really should be eating or really should be having, well, then we tend to pay a lot and in exchange get a little. Now, all of us have always been trying to eat better. And that's why there's been a grass-fed beef craze across the United States of America. It, too, might not even be what you think at all. And when you think about the high use of hormones and antibiotics, you should be concerned about what's going in your body. I do have to wonder, myself, with the massive amount of hormones that are poured into our food supply, especially beef, is this part of what's contributing to our precious children being chemically unbalanced, being out of whack, being a boy but believing they're a girl, or a girl that believes they're a little boy? Have we done this to ourselves by not paying attention? Therefore, the goal of my program tonight is to get you to pay attention. Now, I've been getting you primed for this for a while. I've been trying to show you that in the United States of America, we have 3 votes. We have our ballot vote, which we're working very hard on getting fixed. We have our time vote. Our eyeballs are mine. That's what we're doing right here, sharing, learning, and education for our benefit, not mindlessly just watching useless TV. That's trying to sell us their agendas. And then last, we have our dollars vote. This is where we win. Now, what if you, as a consumer, could not only get, high choice or prime beef at the same price that you're used to paying for stuff in the grocery stores of poor quality, but what at the same time in doing it, you could not only help save America from socialism, but what if you even did it and referred it to your friends and actually you ended up, paying for your own grocery supply every month? Did you know right now in the United States of America, the low end on the grocery bill right now in the United States is about $238. That's the really, really, really small end, $268. The true average in the United States of America from coast to coast is about $876 a month to $1,340 a month in your grocery bill. A large chunk of that is your beef supply, and it is a poor supply. But imagine if you could do something that not only would help America and save it from socialism and benefit America and benefit your family and be known and trusted, but if you even had the opportunity where if you wanted to do a little work that you actually ended up, paying for your own food supply by just referring it to friends. We've been telling you about this for a while, so I want to go back. Our economy has pushed every one of our consumer products together. Now, consumable products are the things that you buy and consume every day. It could be anything from your toothbrush, toothpaste, or shampoos, or detergents, or whatever. But one of the mainstays is your grocery bill. So one of the things we have to do for America is not only secure our food supply, but we have to make sure that our food supply is not only safe, but it's not killing us, and it's not tainting the bodies of our young children. Let me remind you of how this big push-pull works, which the government is in on. They pushed it to 4 large companies that control $22 trillion in our retirement savings, pensions, etc. Let me remind you of this. Let me just refresh your memory. 4 things are killing America. Critical race theory, teaching our children racism is based on the color of your skin. Black Lives Matter is just a cover for introducing Marxism. The trans agenda, making our boys into girls and our girls into boys, and the illegal invasion of our borders. 4 mega companies control the big money funnel. These 4 companies are investing in Black Lives Matter, critical race theories, and the things that are killing America. They control $22 trillion, and it's your money. If you started counting that money, $1 at a time, every 1 second, starting right now, you'd be done in 697,615 years. That's how much power they have over us, folks. How do we save America? It's easy. Take your money back. Go to MakeWokeGoBroke.click and learn how. Take your money back. Go to MakeWokeGoBroke.click. Take your money back, folks. It's your money. Go to MakeWokeGoBroke.click and learn how to save America from socialism. Your purchases are murdering America. Most people swear they love America, yet they are killing America one shopping cart at a time. 4 woke mega funds control $22 trillion, and they pushed all the brands into just 11 companies. Let's just look at lotions, hand cream, soaps, and detergents. When you spend your money and you go shopping here, that money goes right out the door, and as it's distributed and broken apart, it goes into that dark, ugly, icky funnel of money that funnels to impacting America negatively. Your money funds Black Lives Matter, critical race theory, Antifa, the trans agenda. You have to make a choice to save America, folks. Make WokeGoBroke.click will teach you. Quit pumping your money into these woke companies. You have to choose to save America. Do it now. Go to MakeWokeGoBroke.click. MakeWokeGoBroke.click. Do it now. Okay, folks, welcome back. I'm talking about beef or just BS, how corporate greed has fed us a bunch of bull. And we're going to be talking about the infected truth of meat and the boxed meat industry that they don't want you to know. Folks, I would suggest you share this program. So let's get started here. Did you know that when an animal at these ranches and or farms, breeding facilities, get colds, whatever the case may be, and need antibiotics, they literally get pumped antibiotics to keep them stable and to keep them healthy, many times just really quick to get them to the market. Most beef, like you saw in that video, in the United States of America, basically goes from the ranch. They're picked up in big trucks. They go to a slaughterhouse. The slaughter just slaughters them, quick packages them, and sends them to the store. Now, you have been watching what's been going on with some of the big companies like Walmart, etc. You know, they use products like meat glues. Yeah, look it up, meat glue, to try to make these steaks and stuff stick together or have some marbling. You probably experienced it with chicken or shrimp is the worst one about it. Think about it. They'll pump them with fluids and you think you're buying something nice and plump, but by the time you cook it, it's gone. This is part of the racket that has been forced upon us. Now, let's think about if we could control our own food supply. You and I know it. If we could grow our own food, and we still did that, then we actually have food security. Our nation is lacking very much in food security. You also see all these plants shutting down. You see all this transportation shutting down. And to complicate it, think about what is fed in hormones and antibiotics. But you know and I know, if we controlled our food supply, we're much better off. Now, how do you control your food supply? Well, can you actually be the rancher itself? Could you be the rancher? Could you be the processor? And could you do it with a genetically controlled herd in the right way? That's the key. See, think about it. Let's say for some reason, family member passed away, God forbid, leaves you a 10-acre patch of farmland. You decide, I'm going to go buy a cow and I'm going to raise my own grass-fed beef. You go buy you a cow, you get you a bull, you borrow a bull, whatever it is, and boom, you make sure that you don't feed any antibiotics to your cow. God forbid it gets sick. And you're not doing any hormones, and you're going to raise grass-fed beef. Now, many of you have learned, and the industry has learned, by the way, that when people end up buying grass-fed beef, they're usually good for about one recurring purchase. And the reason is grass-fed is literally devoid in many ways of the marbling and the fat in the meat, because we've been told that fat was bad, which we now know was wrong, and we need it. We need it for our brain and fuel supply. And so we're getting really, really, really tufts of meat that are tainted. But even if you went and bought that heifer and had her bred, have you ever thought about where that cow came from? See, just because you picked it up and had it bred and it had a calf on your land, or you did it with a few buddies and you raised one, you don't really know where that calf or bull, right? Heifer, steer, you don't really know where it came from. You really only kind of know one generation. So yeah, you might plan not to use antibiotics, and you might certainly plan not to use hormones. And that calf comes out. Does that mean that calf's clean? Not at all. Just like a parent, a mother, can transfer drug abuse, alcohol abuse to a human baby, it's the same way in anything in the life cycle there is. You're going to get past these things by the breeding stock. So if the mother has been fed dangerous or questionable vaccines, or if the mother has been pumped with a tremendous amount of antibiotics or growth hormones, your calf is going to hit the ground with those in its body. Hopefully you're going to let it milk off the cow. It's going to transfer right to that baby. So even if you decided you wanted your own beef supply it would take an incredible time to make sure you had a controlled herd. So let's talk about if this was the best situation of all. If we could wave a magic wand and we wanted to have the best beef, the best quality, and to make sure no hormones, no antibiotics, none of that questionable stuff, you understand that in your program, you must control the herd. You understand that, right? You must breed from incredible stock. You must do special things that these calves grow right. So you are turning out to your customers incredible product. This is what we're going to tell you about. Now, the reason I tell you about this is something that is only for the Make Woke Go Broke members. That's it. Only if you are a member of our Make Woke Go Broke. And all you have to do is go to makewokegobroke.click. You've seen it on my program. It's just a simple form. Go fill out the simple form. Put in your name and your email. We're going to give you a phone call. Use your phone call. If you are a member of our makewokegobroke.click, we are going to make sure you get this that you're going to be hearing about today. It's very important you watch as we go through this. So let's talk about meat supply. Let's talk about where our cattle comes from in the United States. And I just want to compare it to a minute. Many of you out there may be participating in stuff. And by the way, I was. I want to let you know, I even did this myself in my own life, participated in programs like ButcherBox. You've probably seen ButcherBox. This is probably the most successful program going on in the United States right now, ButcherBox. You've heard of Omaha Steaks and others. We'll get into it in a minute. But when you read the fine details, you find out that they source their beef from Australia. Folks, part of our program is saving America from socialism. You can't be buying your beef from Australia and end up saving American ranchers, American farmers, and American lives and jobs. It is not a possibility. Now that you saw that little video, you realize when you walk into the Walmarts of the world and you're paying $23 for what may be just about a pound of steak, and you learn to look at it through new eyes, you realize we're not getting a very good product at all. In fact, you realize we're paying super high prices. Or maybe you're doing something like Omaha Steaks. They have some really high-end stuff. Let's look at Omaha Steaks. And yeah, here is their prime aged. But when you look at the math, you realize you get 4 steaks for basically $500. That's $125 a steak, folks. And in most houses, you're not going to take that one ribeye and divide it up amongst 4 people. It's just not going to happen. So a lot of those do not make sense at all. But the goal here is to help America, American jobs, American families, save America from socialism, and be an American family-owned, controlled business that has nothing to do with the system. Let me tell you a story. I'm going to give you a story. And what we're going to be talking about is Riverbend Meats, which is part of our program with Make Woke Go Broke. Now imagine, I want to give you the ultimate. If we were going to do the premiere of what's going to happen in meats, what we need to control to make it right is we need to control that beef from start to finish. Right now, you know, multiple farms, they truck them in, and then they go to a meat processing plant, they're cut up, they're packaged, boom, there they go. You want to make sure you get the best beef possible. Now, what that includes is if you control it from beginning to end. Remember I told you you could go buy a cow, you could buy a heifer, you could buy what's called heavy bred. If you've ever been to an auction, you can get a cow who's already bred. But do you know anything about the history? Think about this. In our program, when you go to makewokeGoBroke.click, and it's specifically only for, I want to make sure you understand this. This is one of the benefits of being a member with us at MakeWokeGoBroke.click, where we're fighting this war one shopper at a time because we have to save our country, folks. This is part of saving our country. It's now moving from your consumable products into your regular food supply because it's got to be controlled. So now remember, what if I told you the herd that now can supply beef, that's what this is about, has been bred exclusively to get the right cows, the right beef, never using antibiotics, never using hormones or any of that junk. 30 generations deep. You heard me, almost 30 generations back. Yeah, you could go to your local ag barn. You could even go to your local 4-H. You could buy a steer. Do you know anything about that steer? But imagine if you could go back in time almost 30 years in that beef's life cycle. And you know, starting right then, no hormones, no antibiotics, and fed the right, well, type of feed, type of grass, and raised in pristine conditions to give you the best possible beef with none of the tainting and none of the stuff that this industry's selling us as our beef. That is what's going on and what we're doing at Make Woke Go Broke in our program. See, over the past 27 years, the company has invested millions and millions and millions of dollars selecting absolutely the right black Angus cows. These individual Angus cows are bred to be flavorful and tenderness. This is all about genetics. All about genetics. Now, the company already has a herd. We're going to get more about the pasture and how they're raised, of over 62,000 heads of cattle, closely controlled, that range on over 200,000 acres of land. What's happened is the company in this project that has taken almost 30 years to bring to you, because thank God people had their head in the game and realized our food supply is one of the ways we get attacked in America. And that if we don't control it, not only does our food supply get lessened and dangerous, but if you have a government that wants to force things on you, vaccines, etc., that the government can start manipulating things. So the company decided to control its destiny from birth on. The company has built a 210,000 square foot facility located right on the ranch with the cattle. Now we're talking well over 200,000 acres of ranch land, done to the most impeccable standards you can imagine. And then the facility has almost over 750,000 cubic foot refrigeration process. Remember in the video, which I'll replay in a minute, that explains the more it's aged, that aging process. See, the food you're buying in the store not only is very limited, it's not aged at all. It's the age in that steak, besides genetics and everything else, that add to the quality. This is a company that doesn't rush things. When you control your herd for almost 30 years, you're not rushing things, but you're not getting that restaurant quality prime, right? Choice, high choice prime, any of that. You're not getting it aged. Imagine if all your beef came that way, because automatically, as part of the process of the company, it's aged. If you've just joined the program, we're talking about beef and our beef supply. Let me just kind of remind you the different cuts of meats real quick education.
There are 8 grades of beef designated by the USDA, and there's one common factor that determines grade quality: the amount of marbling in the meat. Simply stated, the more marbling, the higher the grade. The 3 lowest grades are utility, cutter, and canner. These grades may be completely devoid of marbling and often come from older animals. They're typically reserved for making products like hot dogs and other processed meats. You'll never find meat in a supermarket labeled as utility, cutter, or canner grades because they're not palatable as straight cuts. The next grades are USDA Standard and USDA Commercial. Standard and commercial grades have no marbling and are considerably less tender than higher grades. When sold in the retail market, they typically go ungraded or are labeled under the store brand name and sold at very low prices. These grades are only suitable for stew and slow cooker recipes that will make them less tough. You would never consider grilling or frying these grades because it would result in dry, tough, hard-to-eat meat. You'd lose a lot of friends serving this at a barbecue. Next is USDA Select. Select beef is widely available in the retail market, but it is almost never labeled as USDA Select. USDA Select has slight marbling, but not much. It's a much leaner grade than USDA Choice and tends to be less tender and less juicy with less flavor. You wouldn't want to grill or fry this meat as it would be much too dry. You can cook USDA Select meats with moist heat methods like stewing, steaming, and poaching, or using a slow cooker. This helps break down tough fibers that are usually present in meat that has been graded Select. If you purchase meat at a grocery store and it has no grade designation, it's most likely USDA Select. If it were a higher grade of meat, say USDA Choice, the grocery store would proudly label it as USDA Choice. Speaking of USDA Choice accounts for roughly 50% of all graded beef. USDA Choice costs more, but is widely available to consumers in supermarkets and restaurants. If beef has been graded USDA Choice, the words USDA Choice will almost always appear on the label. Choice has a good amount of marbling, although less than USDA Prime. It can be cooked with almost any cooking method. You can typically grill, fry, roast, or bake this beef, as well as stew it or braise it without causing excessive dryness. USDA Choice is an excellent economic alternative to the next and highest grade of meat, USDA Prime, because USDA Prime can be quite expensive. It's also important to note that USDA Choice can be divided into two subgrades, Low Choice and High Choice. High Choice has the most marbling and is very close to the quality of USDA Prime in flavor and tenderness. USDA Prime is the highest grade of beef because it has the most marbling. There's simply nothing better. Beef that grades USDA Prime is very tender, very juicy, and full of flavor. USDA Prime is also very rare. Only about 9% of all graded beef will grade Prime. That's why it is very expensive. USDA Prime is usually reserved for high-end dining establishments. A USDA Prime steak at a fine restaurant in New York City, Chicago, or Los Angeles will cost between $85 to $95 a pound. People who can afford it will gladly pay that for a prime steak. That's because its exquisite tenderness and juicy flavor make it an absolutely delightful eating experience. But because USDA Prime is so rare and so expensive, many people have never tasted a USDA Prime steak. In summary, quality is all about marbling. The higher the percentage of marbling, the higher the grade, because it's marbling that produces tenderness, juiciness, and the most flavor.
Here's what most people do not know, especially if you've never had one of those incredible, high-end restaurant steaks. Number one, even those high-end restaurant steaks nowadays are loaded with antibiotics, hormones, all kinds of potentially questionable vaccines. In any animal in nature, human as well, these toxins that are added into the body tend to collect in the fatty tissues. Now you can understand, even if you're getting high-end restaurant meat, have you ever thought about what you're consuming in the way of hormones, antibiotics, or etc. in that meat? Now, what if you, in fact, could have something that was incredibly controlled, getting that high choice, getting prime, but doing it at a rate that is better than anything else you're finding in the market? That's what we're talking about today. This is something that's exclusively for our MakeWokeGoBroke.click members. MakeWokeGoBroke.click members. You've got to be a member. It's a buying club. But we're trying to protect America's food supply, and we do know they're already compromising the animals in the American food supply. Here's a few things you need to know. The herd that's able to bring this to you has been controlled for almost 30 years. As I said earlier, it's like 30 generations going back. Additionally, the herd, the Black Angus herd, is specifically meticulously managed for 40 different genetic factors. That means these 62,000 head that are producing this right now have been meticulously managed and culled to make sure they have the best genetic factors for health, flavor, and the tenderness of our beef. It's like being a highly tuned athlete. Some of these individual cows can go for $500,000. These are priceless cattle that have been controlled. Now, over the past 27 years for these cattle and investing in the proper genetics, it is now going in one complete operation. That complete operation is controlling these cattle raised the best way they can, combining as well the commitment to the land. And that's very key. Now, here's what you need to understand about their beef you're buying right now. As we get into this factory food with beef, and now you find out you're literally paying for junk beef, these mothers have their calves, and as soon as that calf can be weaned and split off into pens, fed, primarily antibiotics and other stuff, they're run into the factory system. Now imagine in our system that these calves are born right on the ranch. We're talking over 250,000 acres of land, which I'll get into a little bit more, all in the high mountains, all natural. The cows are born in the spring, and they stay with their mothers from the day they are born. They grow up romping the rangeland, and they spend their second year with them, too, on the high rangeland, high and mountain meadows. This is how animal husbandry should be done. Never using antibiotics, never using growth hormone, and making sure it's the most incredible genetics that you can imagine. And oh, by the way, if you happen to be tuned into the environment, it's about using existing patches of true pasture land. Not a single speck of land has been cleared for this herd. Not at all. It's all true natural rangelands found in 5 western states, by the way. When you do that, the grassland with the cattle in it, as you've known this, and the relationship with our soil, it's not depleted because there's continual growth, and the cattle in their processes are not only stimulating incredible grass growth back, but as that grass growth, you ever heard about this? It pulls the carbon from the atmosphere and stores it exactly in the ground where it should be stored. And when you graze in these lands, it helps produce an environment where wildfires are tremendously reduced. All of this goes into the commitment to the land and the commitment to animal stewardship. The actual animals were raised with their mothers. Remember, when you have that calf that is raised with their mother and is with them for that 2 years as the calf's growing and in the high pasture lands, there is no need for antibiotics. There is no need for growth hormones. See, they've got to inject it with growth hormones when they take the animal away from the way nature and God intended. And we know in these cattle, mother's milk is what is intended, that God naturally made to keep these animals healthy. It's only when man started tinkering with them, trying to churn out meat faster, that our food supplied became reduced. Let me show you some of the numbers, but before I show you this, I want to remind you, this is only for our members of MakeWokeGoBroke.click. By the way, we have, and the whole organization that we're under, have over 2 million users now. This is the way that we take back our lives from the woke system, because it is the woke system that contributes to these ideologies that are murdering our American way of life.
Your purchases are murdering America. Most people swear they love America, yet
They are killing America one shopping cart at a time. 4 woke megafunds control $22 trillion, and they pushed all the brands into just 11 companies. Let's just look at lotions, hand cream, soaps, and detergents. When you spend your money and you go shopping here, that money goes right out the door, and as it's distributed and broken apart, it goes into that dark, ugly, icky funnel of money that funnels to impacting America negatively. Your money funds Black Lives Matter, critical race theory, Antifa, the trans agenda. You have to make a choice to save America, folks. Make WokeGoBroke.click will teach you. Quit pumping your money into these woke companies. You have to choose to save America. Do it now. Go to MakeWokeGoBroke.click. MakeWokeGoBroke.click. Do it now. That same commitment now goes to the beef operation that is now being offered to you. I want to show you some comparisons. I want to just really stress to you, it's very important. It is so critically important that you understand this is a complete operation. It's at 290,000 acres, pristine farms, farmland, ranch land, high elevations, Montana, Idaho, Utah, Wyoming. We even got about 13,000 acres in Hawaii. Not only does the operation raise the cattle, but the farming operation also raises any feeds that go with it for a natural feed and for natural grass. Did you know what you're missing in this? You ever really looked into grass-fed? Most people have no idea some of the things that are approved for being categorized as grass-fed or grass-finished. But they can feed the cows soybean oil, distillery byproducts. How about maple syrup or molasses? Yeah, sugars. This is the underneath that you might not have known, where the system, in trying to solve these issues, realized that people were really disappointed with grass-fed because there is no flavor. Because it is an inferior product. It all goes into the breeding. It's the breeding that makes the difference, not just the finishing. And we're not talking about only letting these things free range for a while. We're talking they live their life this way. So let's take a look at this industry. Many of you have probably heard of some of these organizations where you can order your meat, and that's what we're talking about, folks. By the way, we're talking about you order it, you place your order, it automatically gets shipped to you. Let's look at some of these organizations. Let's look at ButcherBox first. Is it prime or high choice? No, it's not. Now, they also do sell never hormones or never antibiotics in current herd. But as I told you, their herd, the herd that you're actually investing in, is in Australia. Folks, this is about American-made, American jobs, American families, and American family-owned. If we were to go down this list, if you were to look at our packages that we're doing in this, you will find the ribeye bundle is about $146 for that ribeye and bundle from us. Now, if we were to look at the ButcherBox standard, it's not U.S. raised, it is not U.S. processed, and it's not vertically integrated. Again, what's vertically integrated? That means it's not only the cattle, it's controlling the land, it's growing the feedstock that you may or may not use mixed with it, and the grasslands, and doing it sustainably. These cattle have not been subjected to crap ever in their genetic history, or their ancestors almost 30 generations back. That's key. ButcherBox are looking at their basic program. And by the way, I tried this out myself. The beef was very disappointing because when you look at it compared to the two, well, you can tell very quick it's just not the same product of what we're doing at Riverbend Ranch Black Label. There is a difference in these foods, folks, a complete difference in these foods. The goal here is to bring you the best possible, the safest possible, the most genetically pure there is as close to the prices as you're getting in the stores right now and cutting the woke stores out of the process. And that's why the ranch is fully integrated to the herd, to the land, to the raising of any of the grains or grasses on the ranch. All natural, no antibiotics, no hormones, none of that stuff. And then right there on the land is a 210,000 foot state-of-the-art, complete, sustainable, incredible facility to process this, but everything's aged for 21 days. You don't get that in your stores, folks. You don't know where it comes from. You don't know the history of the meat. But also to age it like it's fine for restaurants is being done for you, so you get restaurant quality. Nobody does that. Let's look at Omaha Steaks. You can't look at Omaha Steaks. No, it's not prime or high choice for their basic box. They don't even care about hormones or antibiotics. Yes, they'll use U.S. raised beef, and they'll process in the U.S., but it's not vertically integrated. Not at all. Now, they can have a fine product if you want to buy the higher end version of the product that is aged for $125 a steak. That's your choice. We don't think that's what fits with families in America, which is why we have to bring you a great program. There's many others. You could look at Kansas City Steak Company. Theirs is $291 a month. You could look at Chicago Steak Company. It's another one that's out there. And Chicago Steak Company, their average is $340 a month. But when you look at it, yeah, you could get a ribeye, exactly 2 of them, 2 steaks, the smallest steak, 2 steaks, 2 steaks, for basically $140 a month. Why would you not get what we're doing? The average size is about 10 pounds of our fantastic Riverbend Black Label Angus beef. We're trying to make a difference, folks. This is about us taking back control of our own lives. Many of you cannot raise your own animals, and you certainly can't go back in time and genetically breed for it to make sure it's never had antibiotics or it's never had hormones. Again, I truly believe, there's a part of me that believes that our food supply is what has contributed to this transgender mess we have in the United States of America. Folks, all I'm offering you to do is you should go to MakeWokeGoBroke.click. If you haven't done it, fill out the simple form. The reason is this is only for our members. It's that simple. It's only for our members. But remember, we're about the parallel economy. We're just about shifting. You're going to spend the money anyway on these things. You just need to shift it to family-owned, American-made, American-controlled, by families, American jobs. But when it comes to your food, and this time when they're attacking our food supply, doesn't it make sense to you? Okay, great. You can be great about grass and pasture-fed. We go over and above. It's not just grass-fed. That calf's with its mothers for this first 2 years, doing the way God intended it. No antibiotics. And if, by fact, one of the cattle, one of the herd does get sick, they will get treated with antibiotics and cycled right back out of the herd and sold. They'll never come to you. It's never been there for 30 generations. The idea is to completely transform the industry. Completely transform the industry by making sure you're the one, not the restaurant, you're the one that gets prime or high choice. It's never had hormones. It's never had antibiotics. It is U.S. raised, U.S. jobs, U.S. family owned. It is USA processed right there on the ranch. It's fully integrated. That is what's key. And for what people pay to have steaks delivered, it is a ridiculously amazing, fantastic price with many, many different packages. The company has packages like it might be the New York strip steak and bundles. It might be the ground beef bundle that's best for you. It might be the filet and sirloin bundle. It might be the ribeye bundle. That's the one I get. It might be the essentials bundle. Or you can even get the smoker's bundle if you're a smoker. But you notice what you don't see in these photographs of the different bundles that the company has for you, designed for you and your lifestyle, and you can pick and match. There's no hot dogs added to it. There's no chicken nuggets. All that other junk and desserts and fillers you get are just an illusion to make you believe you're getting a great deal. No, it's just a bunch of junk thrown at you. The idea here, folks, is it's time for you and your family to thrive. It's time for you to be the concern. Look, we thrived under Donald J. Trump. You know it and I know it. Somebody who cared about America first did something and our whole world changed. This is all America first. You don't get any more America first than this. And it's about making sure that being an American, supporting American companies and American families, American jobs, gives you the best product possible. That is why we brought MakeWokeGoBroke.click to you. I care about you. I care about your family. But remember, this is only for those of you that are members of MakeWokeGoBroke.click. When you fill out the form, you're going to see a little check spot right there for the video where you'll see me. My team's going to call you, but you see that little square check mark? It says, I'm also interested in learning more about working with Make Woke Go Broke and how together we can make a difference. If you're willing to help out in our program, if you've got a few hours a month to help us out, all of this that I've just showed you might actually be up net zero for you, might be free. Because we're willing to help profit share the prosperity with you. If you're willing to talk to other Americans, to help them understand that we've got to fight this fight, we've got to make the woke go broke, and you're willing to take that one click, it can also financially benefit you by just simply referring us to others, by helping us fight this war. So in the end, it could completely, pay for you to have that prime steak that you love, that your friends will be the envy of, that you will be the grill master king in your neighborhood. There's so much we're doing, folks, to bless patriots and to bless you. You know our country seems to have turned against us. You know America's suffering. There is no need for you to suffer. We have a plan to exit from this woke culture. If you're willing to help the woke, you're willing to make them go broke and help us do it, we have an exit plan, folks. I encourage you, fill it out, hear it out. You're going to get a phone call. Imagine that. A real live person's going to call you. This is just one of the incredible benefits that we bring you to make sure that we are taking care of each other, that we are taking care of our nation, and that we truly are investing in American values, American family, American jobs, the American way of life, which is disappearing. I hope, folks, I truly hope, there'll be more I'll bring to you on this, but I truly hope you pay attention. Because if not now, when? And if not you, who? And if not for your children and grandchildren, well, we've got to fix it if we even want them to have a country, folks. Check us out. MakeWokeGoBroke.click. Because it's about time, folks. We're all about you. Just how far is too far, folks? Is it when they show up your door with weapons? Open your eyes, folks. Look, they're burning our cities. They're poisoning our water supplies. They're even poisoning our bodies. Is this a coincidence or is it planned? Thousands of cattle just dropped dead. Tens of millions of chickens in our food supply just need to be destroyed. Is it a coincidence or is it planned? Millions of illegals invading our borders? Is it a coincidence or is it planned? This is what passes for a teacher. This is what passes for global news. Wait a minute, read that. Transgender woman posts sobbing selfie in JFK bathroom after claiming female TSA agent touched her testicles and made her hurt. What the frick, folks? This is what passes for a world leader. This is what passes for brave lawmakers. This is a grade school classroom. Is it a coincidence or planned? These are somebody's children. This is what they're doing to our children. This is the plan for our future. Folks, what in the hell are you waiting on? You either raise a finger to save our country, or you might as well give our country the finger. It's as simple as a click. Do it and activate now.
Most people are afraid to stand up and speak out, but not you. Most people are afraid to stand up and speak out, but not you. You've been learning how to tell the system to cut the crap. What can I do to help save the America I love? And the answer is learn how to fight back and tell the system to cut the crap. Cut the Crap's not just a radio program, it's a movement. The right kind of movement, which breaks free the conservative constipation and reminds you that you are the majority, and we're just not going to take it anymore. Make sure you're following Joe Von Hunt Pulitzer on all social media. See you next week, and between now and then, take a stand and tell them all to cut the crap.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights, oh, the rainbow
guys, how's it going? Today's going to be a little bit of a different program. We're going to focus on some education. And we're going to focus on some insight of what's going on geopolitically that you need to know. And so we're just going to keep it casual today, do it a little bit different. Lighting's different so I can show you different things that I need to show you. Make sure, as always, during these tough times that you're following me on my Anchor feed, which is Rumble. Rumble.com/Jovan Hutton Pulitzer. Make sure you got everything you need for the program here, because it's going to be eye-opening and educational. Would you do me a favor? Would you please share this program? Lift a finger. Share this program right now. Your friends and family are going to want to see this. And if you're worried about how you're going to survive a horrible future with a horrible government, then you want to make sure you share this program. You want to make sure that you get other people involved, because this program may help you along your path to survival. And it's simply because, these rat bastards, they're after us.
Well, behaviors are going to have to change, and this is one thing we're asking companies. You have to force behaviors, and at BlackRock, we are forcing behaviors.
All of this episode is going to be about how these rat bastards force us. Today's program is brought to you by the fine folks at Goldco. They're just like you, and they're here to help you out of a tough situation. If you got an IRA or 401k, pay attention. All of this. And what I'm doing today is I want to be very clear right now before we get started. This is about how do you survive and how do you protect yourself. Some of it may sound a bit scary to you. All of it will affect you. Don't think it won't, because one way or another, what happens to this country and what these rat bastards do will affect you or someone you know. What you do about it, that's the difference. See, what you do about it is up to you. That's your business. I can show you what to do. Doesn't mean you will do it. But if you're the cautious kind and you want to be prepared just in case, here's an idea. It might make sense to diversify your money with precious metals. That's why I partnered with Goldco, because I believe this could be the best way to help. So when you go to JovanLovesGold.com, you can get your free gold and silver kit from Goldco. It's absolutely free. Shows you how to get into precious metals tax-free and penalty-free. Even if your money's in a retirement account like an IRA or a 401k, and remember, these rat bastards want to ding you 50% if you try to get your money out of it, what they think is prematurely, even though it's your money. We've all seen the writing on the wall. By the way, you might be a person who could qualify to get up to $10,000 in free silver. You won't know until you go to JovanLovesGold.com. Fill out the information, get your free gold and silver kit, because this is about taking back control of our privacy and our freedom. I cannot predict the future, but I can certainly prepare for it. You should too. At the very least, you should be educated about your choices. So take action. Defend your freedom. Defend your privacy. Defend your family, your children, your grandchildren, and your future. Go to JovanLovesGold.com. JovanLovesGold.com. Do it now. Okay, I'm going to drop with you several links during today's program. Highly educational, highly eye-opening. Even though it's some shocking stuff you're going to see first, it's actually saving grace, right? Saving grace. So share this program right now. Right now. Get it out there to your friends and family. Let's get started.
Cut the crap. How many times a day do you want to say that to politicians, the elite, the loony liberals, the fake news media, and the gender-confused, emotional socialist snowflake crowd? Cut the crap is your secret weapon for fighting for our freedoms and our great republic. It all begins with a massive mental enema, freeing you from the toxic news and politically correct views, which constipate your consciousness with stinking thinking. Your host, Jovan Hutton Pulitzer. He's known for calling out politicians and telling them to cut the crap. You've seen him on virtually every television network and listened to him on Coast to Coast Radio. And now he's here to help you learn to fight for America. Culture, race, and American politics. They all have one thing in common. They all need to cut the crap. Now, here's your host, Joe Von Hutton Pulitzer.
Hey, folks, welcome to the program. Who would call their program crap? I would, because what we're dealing with is crap, C-R-A-P. As an acronym, it's culture, race, and American politics. I'm going to show you how when you mix all this crap together, you get a crap salad. Yep, C-R-A-P. What we're going to talk about is abundance, a word you don't hear in today's society. But if you're a crapaholic or a crap addict, because you follow this program, you know I'm here to make you the smartest patriot in the room and to help you out. So we're going to talk about food security. Do you know what food security is? Do you think this is food security if you walked into a store and there was a dozen eggs and it had a security device on it? Is that your idea of food security? By the way, we didn't have to use any artificial or intelligence or anything like that to get a dozen eggs with an anti-theft device. If you want to see these things in action, just go to the UK right now. The theft of food is through the roof. The theft of food is through the roof. They are adding, just like they used to do to DVDs and all that other crap, anti-theft devices to eggs. People are just stealing them and walking out. And you may feel it or you may not realize it, but we're in a food crisis. Food crisis is going to get worse. And it's forced. Remember this?
Well, behaviors are going to have to change, and this is one thing we're asking companies. You have to force behaviors, and at BlackRock we are forcing behaviors.
There's a big force push-pull program going on right now, and it is ramping up daily. Let me show you. I'm going to show you a few in succession of what's going on that you might not heard about out there, but it's happening all across the country. First, let's go to Texas.
Hey everybody, this is Shad Sullivan coming to you from the headwaters of Bitter Creek, Archer County, North Texas. We have to talk. State officials will be assisting to help identify potential alternative markets if a producer is unable to move animals, and if necessary, advise and assist on depopulation and disposal methods. Ladies and gentlemen, we are plowing under vegetable crops from coast to coast. We are euthanizing millions of chickens. We are aborting sows and burying feeder pigs. We are dumping milk by the hundreds of thousands of gallons, and now they are preparing us to depopulate the fat cattle ready to harvest because of a bottleneck created by the effects of COVID. This thing hasn't been created by COVID, but the effects of COVID and the logistics therein. We are in trouble. Our food supply is in trouble, and I am appealing to producers and consumers across the nation to start calling. Yesterday, the first shipment of imported beef from the country of Namibia hit the shores of the United States of America. And yet this morning, they are telling us to prepare to euthanize harvest-ready cattle. Am I the only one that sees a problem in this? It is time we get the American people back to work. It is time we get money flowing. It is time we get food on the shelves. Because if you're not concerned about this food supply problem, you better be.
All of this is being forced. He's talking to you from North Texas, big cattle land. We've got problems. I'm going to show you some of these. We've got problems. Next, let me take you, I think it's to New Zealand. All in the name of protecting consumers. Yeah, they protecting kids from toys, but not paint because it comes from China. Yeah. I am under a spotlight, folks. Let me change. You want me to change the temperature? How's that? It's easy to change the temperature. I can even do that. But I think I want that. Let's see. Get that back on. There you go. I get to change all my lights to all different kinds of temperatures. See, it's daylight, right? I work under daylight lights. I don't know if many of you do that, but I work under daylight lights to be more productive. But he's coming to you from North Texas. Let's go down to New Zealand. A farmer who has had the government come in and he's had to destroy or become a criminal millions and millions of his bees.
Required us to burn it within 7 days. Otherwise, that we face criminal charges. I just love how they arrive, they throw literally raspberries in my face and say they do not care, and treat my staff terribly. There was no disease in these boxes. These boxes were clean. It's wonderful having a person who's had half a day's training and know your competitors say that you have to burn your outfit. This is what's happening in New Zealand under the Biosecurity
Act. This is planned. Again, you're going to see a rash of new testing of food supply, just like they're testing chickens. PCR testing, which is about 50%, 50-50 hit or miss. And they're causing farmers to just destroy their entire production, right? It is all over the place. What you're seeing here is a forced merging going from private capitalism to state capitalism. That means the government gets involved, they force it, they take over, move to what's called stakeholder capitalism. Give you an example. In our elections, our government considers Dominion a stakeholder. Let me explain what's going on.
Who will really command the fourth industrial revolution and its technology like artificial intelligence?
What's your sense of who's best placed at this time to lead the world into the fourth industrial revolution? Because you pretty much created this term. We're seeing the kind of technological strides that China has made with Huawei, with the 5G technology. Do you believe that this could potentially be China's time once again?
We should make here again let's say a differentiation. On the one hand, we have state capitalism. On the other hand, we have shareholder or private capitalism. So it's a clash between two systems. I believe that state capitalism in the short term provides certain advantages because you can mobilize in a concentrated way a lot of resources to reach a specific objective. But I believe that the future is not state capitalism or shareholder capitalism. The future is what I call stakeholder capitalism, which is combined with the social responsibility.
Corporate capitalism combined with socialism. That's what they call social responsibility. That's Mr. Schwab. You will eat bugs and you will enjoy it. You will own nothing and then we'll be happy. chicken, cattle, bees, etc. Here you go. Here's part of the ramp up here in the U.S.
Is this bird flu just another election coming scam? What is it?
Bird flu, now we have credible evidence that it's gain of function research, again, being done in U.S. laboratories this time. The Athens, Georgia U.S. Poultry Research Center, the University of Wisconsin-Madison. We can identify even this gain of function strain. I mean, CDC Director Redfield, the former director, came on national TV and said it's gain of function research. So this has now become very clear. It's perfectly timed ahead of this WHO meeting to try to, bring in the U.S. and everyone else under this global treaty control. It's poised right ahead of the elections. State of Michigan just declared a bird flu emergency. What they're doing now is they are doing mass PCR testing of animals, creating this artificial crisis, and then mass culling or destruction of poultry. They're going to create a food shortage. In reality, bird flu can be treated in humans with modern day treatment and early detection. We shouldn't lose a single life with bird flu. Probably only the animal handlers are at risk anyway. And the bird flu scare, which is disease X, the Global Vaccine Alliance says it is disease X, that this is going to create food insecurity as the driver of fear going into the election cycle.
Again, all planned. I'm going to show you one more Shitapalooza video. You need to see it. Okay? But I want you to understand what's going on. Because the whole topic of this program is about you can create abundance during this, okay?
This crazy world is telling you your sons can be daughters and your daughters can be your sons. When will the madness stop? Never. So you have to decide, will you comply or defy? They tell us all, you will own nothing, eat bugs, and be happy. Is this why America's largest food processing plants and food supply plants keep burning down? Do you really think this is a coincidence? Of course not. The system is telling us right to our faces what they have planned for us. You have a choice. Comply or simply defy their plan for us all. Defy the system's plan and execute your own plan. Abundant, safe, secure natural food supply. Introducing the Food Forest Bible. This bestseller by Jovan Hutton Pulitzer is the single most complete, executable, easy-to-follow plan for sustainable, self-managing food production for self-sufficiency and food security. For the first time ever, a coffee table, heirloom quality full color book which unlocks the ancient secrets of creating a food forest. Imagine planting in a way which requires no digging, no pesticides, and creates massive ancient food abundance. No fooling. Food forests are the ancient secret to planning and planting once. And have your own Garden of Eden, which will feed your families for decade after decade. Buck the system. Buck the New World Order and order your very own copy of Jovan Hutton Pulitzer's Food Forest Bible. Learn how to create a sustainable, self-managing, natural food production for self-sufficiency and food security for your family. Side yard, small yard, backyard, backlot, or even lots of acres, the Food Forest Bible works for everyone. Order on Amazon, hardcover, softcover, or ebook. Don't comply. Expertly defy the system.
You think all of these are a coincidence? No, they are not a coincidence. This is being done by design. Okay. I've been telling you for years, you've got to prepare. I've been dealing with you on a countdown. You've got to prepare. You've seen the battles with farmers around the globe trying to shut them down. Your cows fart too much. We've got to shut you down. We are in a war. And I asked too, how can people be asleep with this? I could do a lot more doom and gloom, but I want to do solution-oriented work now. I want you to pay attention because I'm going to kind of do you a walkthrough tutorial of why I did the book, Food Forest Bible. I told you it was coming. You can go back and you can audit my shows for years. Always way ahead of the curve. It's my job. If you think about me doing patents, my job is to see the future, what's going to happen, and what are we going to need. I share that with you. And I want to thank you for making the book a bestseller. And I want to thank you for the person that gave this a thumbs down. Thank you very much. It puts us up in the algorithms. Thank you very much. Thank every one of you that are sending in your photos of you and the Food Forest Bible. Now, we put a lot of research into this and what makes this work and how do you protect yourself. So I want to show you firsthand, and I have a big head. Here is the hardbound Food Forest Bible. It is a big honking book. It is 544 absolutely wonderful full color pages. I'm going to show you some of this because it's all in color. Every page, all in color, right? I'm going to kind of take you through this and tell you why we did the book, why you need it, why you should do it, etc. Because here's the deal. The whole gist of the book is you don't need fertilizer. See, that's how they crippled us. You understand, fertilizer that we put on our land today kills our land. It's like crack for the land. Crack for the land. Okay? And it eventually kills everything in its side, along with pesticides, etc. This book is no-till, no fertilizer, no pesticides. See, it's even bigger than you think. But this is, and like many, it's about chop and drop. If you've never heard that term, okay. So we're going to talk about. I want to tell you why I did this book. I want to tell you why it's important. I'm going to give you the various links because there are multiple versions of this book, okay? The first link you're going to see coming through, excuse me, the first link you're going to see coming through is for the paperback, okay? There's a paperback color version. Then there is a hardback color version. Okay, the hardback color version is, you know, I tend to just not like paperbacks, by the way, because you can't get out in the field and work with them. You can't get out in the yard and work with them, etc. And this book is designed to be that. But I also want it to be something that you keep forever and share, because I'm going to show you why I did that. I designed this to be like a coffee table book. And then there's also a Kindle version for those of you that want a Kindle version, okay? And I do a Kindle version because some people just like to look at it on their electronic device, but I'm a hedge better. Why would you want to look at it on an electronic device when, if you're thinking about covering your ass, right? Okay, so let's kind of go through it so you understand what this is. First, the concept of a food forest. Just the concept of a food forest, okay? It's very easy. I'm going to go through this really quick. It's basically a way to create your own ecosystem, okay? I know this sounds really weird. And I know people are saying, I'm not going to eat fern fiddles and I'm not going to eat dandelions. Hang on, folks. You have no idea what you're missing. But first, let me show you what it does for the environment so you understand, because you can get your environmentalism on, right? And do this. Let me show you this real quick. This is somebody's food forest. Okay? This is how they decided to do their design. And what happens if you were looking at this design for them, their teardrop shape, and they decided to do it very artsy, and it's very nice. It kind of creates a microclimate. Think biodome, but it's naturally, okay? This is a natural climate, okay? I'm going to pull back out on that photo and show you the land around it. This is in Florida, in one of those areas that has super high salts and sands, and it's kind of hard to grow stuff, but you can see how this thrives. It transforms the landscape. It completely transforms the landscape, because what you're doing is you're using a multi-thousand-year-old method that mankind fed itself and thrived when there weren't grocery stores and supermarkets. It's a lost art. It's a lost piece of history that they've not taught us, right? And when you understand fertilizer, which kills our land, and you understand where fertilizer comes from, is it's a byproduct of war. That's where we got all of that stuff left over, making bombs. Think about it. You know, you talk about the Oklahoma City bomb, it was fertilizer. Fertilizer was a bomb first. Then they found out it gave a boost to plants. And all of a sudden, a new product was born, fertilizer. And they stayed in wartime production, pushing it to farmers, pushing up production. But it's crap. You got to keep on doing it, keep on doing it, keep on doing it, keep on doing it. And it chews up everything in the soil that makes it good. And we kill our soil. Okay? What I want to do is get you to abundance. This is one person's one day walking out in the backyard picking. And I'm going to walk you through it very quick. Just pay attention, because I want you to have that abundance. And by the way, don't worry, if you don't have land or whatever, you can do this in one simple container on your back porch. It works down to that level. It does. It works down to that level. Native Americans used to call it the Three Sisters, right? Some people call it the Three Sisters Guild. This is taking it on a vast area. Now, I put it in chat. This is the book. It's the first time anybody has ever put all of the things for a food forest, including how no fertilizers, no dig, and how to use insects. You're going to see this in a minute. Let me give you a taste. I'm going to show you something here. I show you how to attract the right bugs. I show you how to attract the right bugs to your food forest, right? A lot of you will plant something, but it gets eaten up. Check this out. This is called a minute lady beetle. Looks like a ladybug, but it's not. It's a predator bug that eats the bugs that eat your plant. Check this out. Is that not awesome? I'm going to show you some more of that in a minute. I'm watching your comments. People are saying, well, I've tried potted plants on my back porch or whatever the case, and the roots get too hot and they die. If you apply the principles, all of that goes away. If you apply the principles, all of it goes away. You just have to understand the concept of microclimates. See, in a food forest, you're creating a miniature ecosystem. Same patterns found in nature, okay? And then what happens is it's kind of like three-dimensional. You're building everything up in layers where it takes care of itself, okay? Basically, you have different layers if you think of the concentration, the canopy trees, the mid layers, and the understory. I teach you about every bit of this, okay, in the book. And when you plant a food forest, there's many other parts to it. You look at it, it just kind of looks like an area, right? And if you're worried about deer on your property, what we do for the food forest to keep deer away, we do use a fence, but the area we don't have fenced, when you go out in the morning, you take your morning whiz around the perimeter of your food forest. I know it sounds weird. Could be in your backyard. You could live next to the woods or whatever. Use your urine. It's kind of amazing, right? I don't use any of this Miracle-Gro stuff, nothing, none of that. Again, all they're doing is working in the same chemicals that eventually kill your land. But if you were to look at this one post, you'll see how it's blending everything together to work together. And you're seeing everything from the broccoli, the blueberries, the endive, etc. You can even do it when you're thinking about your medicinal garden. It all works together. You're planting it all together to create these gardens, okay? You're talking, you can do this in your backyard, folks, once you understand the concept. When you understand the concept of doing it, this will become your medicine cabinet. This will become your fruit and vegetable pantry. And yes, one yard, just like I showed you, can produce just like this. And so I want to show you that because that's kind of what we talking about in the book. So let me put my eyes on. I've given you some links in chat. There's a hardbound book, which I'll share with you again. There's a hardbound version. Of course, it's the most expensive version. It's the most expensive of all the books to produce. It's designed to be a legacy book where you pass down. You'll see why. We put a little bit of a heirloom element into it. The heirloom element into it is your children, grandchildren can actually see what you planted when. Now, the reason I'm doing this is unlike a garden, okay, unlike a garden, a food forest can feed your family for decades. Decades, okay? Decades, okay? And some people say, I can't even grow grass. It's because we do it wrong. We do it wrong. This is the most amazing stuff I've ever seen. So let me kind of take you through. I want to take you through some of the things we teach you in this. So you understand a food forest. Oh, I bend to page. I hate it when you bend a page in a book. But it's about creating a self-sustainable system where we're going to help you with the designs and everything. Here's some of the chapters. Think a farmer's almanac on steroids about how you do it. Okay, first off, we explain why you should create a food forest. And it's very simple. You can feed your family for years. You can cut out your bills. You can cut out the chemicals that go into your food and other people controlling your food. That's why. It's self-managing natural food production. Then we kind of give you the elements of a food forest, which I've taken you through what the elements of a food forest are, because the elements of a food forest is just okay, how do you put this together, right? And some people don't understand some of the lifespans of some of these things. And I'll give you an example. You customize it to your area, okay? Customize this to your area. But did you know that an apple tree planted right will feed your family for 50 to 100 years? Most people never think about that, right? Most people never, ever think about that. A wild cherry, a wild black cherry tree, 200 years of production. 200 years of production. I break down every one of these in here so you can understand how you do it. So you're using part of the upper layer to protect the lower layers in it, right? Remember I showed you the picture. And you can do this with your existing trees. You may have ornamental pear trees or stuff in your backyard. You use that tree as a canopy tree. You have to understand how to do that. And then I basically talk about the economic benefits of it and the impact of it. And what it is you may not be a climate activist. It doesn't matter. You don't have to be. This is about sustainability, food security. But this actually is reviving dead places on the planet. Let me show you.
क्या आप जानते हैं कि एक फूड फॉरेस्ट क्या होता है? फूड फॉरेस्ट?
Yes, India is resurging with this old technology, and people are feeding themselves in incredible abundance.
क्या आप जानते हैं कि एक फूड फॉरेस्ट क्या होता है? फूड फॉरेस्ट? अजीब सा नाम, यानी कि खाने का जंगल। What is this food forest? And did you know कि आपको जंगल में होने की जरूरत नहीं है उसको उगाने के लिए। ये फूड फॉरेस्ट आप अपने बैकयार्ड में, आप एक छोटे से कहीं लॉन है आपका, उसमें बना सकते हो फूड फॉरेस्ट। वो क्या है? आपके टेरेस पे भी आप कर सकते हो ऐसा फूड फॉरेस्ट। So food forests are being also created as examples in many parts of India by ordinary people, and they do fight climate change.
हे माझं फूड फॉरेस्ट आहे, माझ्या फूड फॉरेस्ट मध्ये तुमचं स्वागत आहे।
एक पूरा YouTube चैनल है which is called My Food Forest. तो आप देख सकते हैं, आप उसको सब्सक्राइब कीजिए, वो आपको बताएगा कि हाउ यू कैन ग्रो अ स्मॉल फूड फॉरेस्ट इवन इन योर ओन बैक गार्डन।
There is mango and there is a ramphal tree here, a lot of soursop also.
यहाँ देखिए कुछ और भी उदाहरण ऑफ फूड फॉरेस्ट इन डिफरेंट पार्ट्स ऑफ इंडिया। मैं आपको बताऊं कि वन ऑफ माय कॉलीग्स जो मेरे साथ माउंट एवरेस्ट एक्सपीडिशन में थी, एंड शी बिकेम द फर्स्ट वुमन टू समिट नंदा देवी, जो हमारे देश में, भारत में सेकंड हाईएस्ट माउंटेन है इन इंडिया। उनका नाम रेखा शर्मा। अब वो अमेरिका में है, बट अमेरिका में अपने ही बैक गार्डन में उन्होंने एक बड़ा खूबसूरत फूड फॉरेस्ट बनाया है यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स में। और अगर ये पर्माकल्चर या फूड फॉरेस्ट कैन बी मोर वाइडली अडॉप्टेड, देन मैं आपको कहता हूँ, यकीन दिलाता हूँ, देयर कैन बी अनदर ऑर्गेनिक एग्रीकल्चरल रेवोल्यूशन टेकिंग प्लेस इन इंडिया। अगर आपको मेरे ये बात अच्छी लगी, इसका पूरा वर्जन अगर आप देखना चाहते हैं, तो वो मेरे YouTube चैनल पे आप क्लिक कीजिए, सिटकाक स्पीक्स, वो देखें। और हर हफ्ते इंटरेस्टिंग कहानियाँ मैं आपको इस तरह की सुनाती जाऊँगा, जो आपके जिंदगी में भी यूजफुल हो सकती है शायद।
Telling you some of the hardest hit areas agriculturally for people to feed themselves are doing this. Now, let me show you this. It's all big print. Okay? It's all big print. We did that on purpose. That's why we did it in an 8x8.5 and 11 format. Like I said, it's all super bright HD color and everything else. But let me kind of give you a quick rundown. Some of the chapters really only are a couple, 3 pages, because the information, there's no wasted jibber jabber in this book at all. Here it is. Boom, 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 point by point by point. Big print. Do it. And I'll give you an example. We're going to teach you how to assess the needs of, depending upon the space you have, to understand what resources do you already have, how to choose the site you're going to do it, and how to design it. We teach you all of it. We give you the plant selection. And when I say plant selection, let me show you. If you were going for one particular, let's say, just say your middle canopy, we're going to show you every possible tree that serves that purpose. You're going to see the tree. You're going to read about the tree, all the way down to, even if it's just the vegetables and stuff, okay, like your growing vines, we'll show you every one of them so you can identify them and why you would do them. And so that's all to the site selection part of it. And then once you get it, we're going to teach you how to ramp up the biodiversity in your ground. That's what's key. How do you literally ramp all of this up? And so we explained the process of creating a microclimate, just like I showed you in the Florida thing. You can do this in the desert. Why do you think oasis and things thrive? They end up naturally, the way God designed it, creating their own microclimate. So we walk you through the microclimate. We also tell you how to make your soil regenerate itself. Now, I do all of this with zero tilling. I no longer till the ground. I know that sounds really weird, I know that sounds really weird. And it was nutsola to me, right? Planting a garden for me, my whole life has been you get out the tiller, you till the land, right? And there's something in the farm boy, ranch boy roots of me that when you get out and you till up that black soil or wherever you are, and you till it up and you till it up and till it up and you run over it 3 or 4 times, it's just nice sitting back looking at that tilled patch. I no longer till. Not at all. I no longer till. In fact, I showed some of this. You know, here's the show, Cut the Crap. I do a supporting vlog, etc., called Survive the Crap. And I showed you kind of how to do potatoes. But let me tell you this, how I did my potatoes. You literally, I really don't even use technically soil anymore. I only have 3 things I use. I use regular manure, cattle manure. I use humus, not hummus, humus, which is, you know, your mulching stuff, right? And then from there, I use straw and sheep poop. Now, literally, if you were to walk out to your backyard and you look at that grass, all that stuff that you think you have to rip out, totally wrong. And the best thing about it is you don't need ear-canceling earbuds, as idiots post in Rumble. It's so funny. Hey, they're doing a show on gardening. They need noise-canceling earbuds. Anyway, all of that weed part, all of that clover part, all of that stuff, I look at it, and literally all I do is I let it grow a little longer, and then I cut it and I leave it there. Then I come back with my manure mulch combo and pour that on the ground about yay thick. And that just kind of make me what looks like a container size, right, of whatever I'm going to plant. Sprinkle a little sheep manure on it, which I get dirt cheap. You can get this stuff anywhere, right? But you got to understand that nitrogen that you needed and all of that other stuff you needed was in that grass that grew. And by capturing that grass underneath, and then putting your soil on top, not digging the soil. Then I drop my potatoes on top. I just kind of drop my potatoes on top. You know, I some people plant the whole potato. I cut them to get more plants. You set your potatoes in your spacing, sprinkle a little bit more of that stuff on there. And then I just pile on the straw. About yay me, it's a straw, very loose, the straw. And I sprinkle for good measure a little more sheep poop on top. And it looks like a straw bed. Now, when you understand what's happening is that the bottommost layer, that all of that stuff that you thought was a nuisance, grass, etc., right, begins its decay and putting all of that nitrogen and everything else right back in. Now you've got this nice, rich layer that's loose, so you're not going to have root rot. Okay, because remember, when you till, you're tilling to decompact it. You're tilling just to break the soil up so the water doesn't rot out your roots. So this is in reverse. I'm not worried about what's down there. And I build it up in these layers. And then by putting straw over it, straw, right? It's got this protective layer where the plants bloom, but the straw keeps the sun and the wind from sucking that priceless moisture out of your soil. So your soil stays really rich, the right dampness it needs. And by the way, the straw and the decay underneath heat the beds naturally. And so all of a sudden you got this incredible environment that everything just thrives in. It's a very light, damp, and moist, and everything just goes boom. I've seen plants that do this in a day, right? But all of this over the course of the year continues to break down and just continues to build these up. That's it. Now, when it comes to potatoes, I don't dig for potatoes. When I want to see if the potatoes are ready, you part the straw and you look down, you'll see what size potatoes you got. If they're not ready, just cover it right back up. But when you're ready to dig your potatoes, you just kind of pull it up. You haven't butchered any of your potatoes. All of the potatoes come out nice and shiny. It's amazing, right? It's like kind of like they're polished and beautiful production. You do the same thing in a desert. Literally, you do the same thing if you were in a desert. Build it on top. See, we got taught to build down. That was before we understood a lot of the use of what we can use. Some people I've seen, they literally will find the various grasses and weeds that can grow in sand. They'll seed that first and let it grow, cut it, and then plant on top of that. All of a sudden, this just keeps compounding because you're mulching, you're adding the vibrancy back, etc., and it just keeps on going and just keeps on going and just keeps on going. In ancient times, archaeologists thought these things, they called them middens. And archaeologists couldn't understand what they were looking at, so they just thought they were trash dumps. No, they were advanced gardening areas where in a very small patch, you could grow an abundance of food. Period. An abundance of food. But we have to go back to learn how to use the system we do it. So that's what we also teach you in the book, is we teach you about what's called no-till gardening. We also show you the crops that are the lowest maintenance crop there are. The lowest maintenance crop there are. By the way, have you seen anybody barbecue the sunflower heads yet? Have any of you seen that? Barbecuing sunflowers? It's amazing. I'm telling you, it's amazing. You grow the big sunflowers, you know, the big sunflower heads, and you'll watch the sunflowers turn in the sun daily. Well, just as the seeds start to come in, but they don't have their hard shell yet, they have a little kind of pine nut-like seed, the soft seeds first. Harvest the head. You pull off the leaves, and now you got this big old head, right? It's a cross between an incredible artichoke and pine nuts, and you lather it with barbecue sauce and grill it on the grill, and you eat that big-ass pancake-size sunflower head. There's so many stuff out there, right? Etc. Carla says she strawberries in the hanging baskets this year better than the bed last year. Our soil is in many ways dead, but you'd also have to understand what you did. When you turned that basket upside down, you basically allowed the plant to open up and air up. And that's part of what a food forest does naturally. You know you should be composting, but this is composting naturally. Why do you think forests thrive? Why do you think forests thrive? Why is a forest a forest? Period. Yeah, if you're in Kansas, sunflower heaven, go get some of them. Just as they're seeding, the shells are not hard, right? Barbecued, they're the bomb. Folks, we are so delayed in the process of who we are nowadays. We forget that societies thrived, but we've done it to ourselves. Yes, we're going back to the Garden of Eden. That's exactly what we're doing. We're going back to the Garden of Eden. And yes, many of you compost, but this also composts naturally. The thrive in this is amazing. And so we teach you what the lowest maintenance vegetables there are. You do it, you don't have to worry about it, etc. Then we basically explain to how to create a closed loop system. Now, this is the key. This is called a closed loop system. Now, what's a closed loop system? Number one, it keeps the frost off. I've shown you that before. It keeps the frost off. And some of you are saying, I have to use fertilizer. You're using lots of fertilizer because your land becomes addicted to it. It drains and needs back. This is about how you put it back naturally. And it does it on its own. And that's why the garden you plant is one season in and out and you got to start all over and everything's died. That's not what we're talking about. This is about planting it once, primarily with your big stuff, and it continues. It continues to feed your family. That's why when people got it and it took off and became number one, is because we took the time to gather up the old knowledge all the way down. There's 8 different layers, all the way down to the mushrooms. You can do this. We have been taught wrong, so we consume fertilizers and stuff. We're taught wrong on all of it. You've got to use the system itself. Let me show you something. One of the things I teach you about to avoid pesticides, I told you about to avoid digging, because you don't have to. Yes, you're going to plant your trees, but I'm talking the other stuff. Literally, how to attract the insects that do the dirty work for you. Let me show you something called Hoover flies. Hoover, not Hoosier fly, Hoover flies. I think they're flies. What are all these freaking flies around my garden? Hang on. All the stuff that eats your crops. I teach you the plants. Now, let me explain to you what I did here. In the book, I teach you the small subplants that you would never think about planting, but if you'll plant them, they'll attract things like this Hoover fly. And the Hoover fly, where all your crops are getting decimated, brings these types of what's called predatory insects in. This is why you don't have to use pesticides and all of this other stuff, because the things you need, you can attract. Period. The things you need, you can attract. And so when you see a lot of these things eating your plants, this is what I'm telling you. This is a do-nothing garden. You can have your garden take care of itself if you just restore the way God did it. You just restore the way God did it. So we tell you, and I'll give you an example. Let me get back here. Let's say you, and I'm going to show you lacewings, okay? So at the end of each chapter on the bugs, you see super zoom. But let's talk about a lacewing. You've seen these lacewings before, right? That's called a lacewing. And we go through every one of these. It's why the book is so big. So we just explain what they do. And let me read it to you, Ruit. Lacewings, they're called aphid lions. Okay? They eat soft-bodied pests such as aphids, mites, and caterpillars. Okay? The ones that eat your stock, eat your leaves. Then we basically show you all of the plants. Okay, and for this one, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There are 20 plants that if you plant the plants, you will attract lacewings. Check this out.
I have a little magnifying lens attached to my phone camera here, and you're looking at...
This is their larvae.
I have a little magnifying lens attached to my phone camera here, and you're looking at milkweed aphids, those little yellow things shaped like pears. And in the middle, what you have is a lacewing larva, and you can see its jaws. Oh, well, they were clenched around one of those aphids. A lacewing larva is a little predator, a veritable alligator searching for some nice, ripe aphid dinner. Let's see if he gets one.
Their babies go out and hunt. Let me give you a little bit more of an education on lacewing like we do in the book.
Adult golden-eyed lacewings look harmless. Light green and fragile, they have delicate clear wings, and their tiny heads don't look like they could bite. They hang around flowers and mainly try to get out of the way when something big and hungry comes along. They are common in late summer, and the most striking feature is their eyes, golden or copper-colored, from which they get their name. Some lacewings are predatory, but you see right away that only the smallest and weakest insects need worry. It's the young lacewings that are noteworthy. Called larvae at this life stage, they are nicknamed aphid lions for their ravenous appetites and fearsome attacks on anything they can seize in their jaws. And those jaws are impressive. Long hooked needles act like pincers, and they serve two functions. First, they inject their prey with powerful digestive juices that can liquefy an aphid's internal organs within 90 seconds. Once that happens, they suck out the victim's body, leaving only an empty shell. And then they find another. Lacewing adults lay their eggs at night, often in or near aphid colonies on flowers. Their stalked eggs are beautiful and unique. Green at first, and then fading to a dull gray just before they hatch in about 4 days. It's thought that the stalks help protect developing lacewing eggs from predators on the leaf surface. The tiny hatching larvae look like baby alligators, and they immediately ascend the stalk to begin hunting. They may travel up to 100 feet looking for their first meal, an enormous distance for such tiny insects. However, most often they find food on the leaf where they're hatched. Initially, they eat tiny organisms like spider mites, baby aphids, or insect eggs. Later, their main diet is adult aphids, of which they'll consume about 600 during 3 weeks of feeding and molting to larger sizes. Their hunting style is a bold, slashing march through dead and living aphids that is fascinating.
So the reason I show you this on all of these, because again, the book is just not about controlling your food and food safety and having abundance, but how does all this stuff work together? And I want to help you get away from fertilizer, help you get away from, tearing up your land to do it. The next one I'm going to show you, those were lacewings. And you start to think about this stuff. Oh, damn, why did I kill that? Or you swat it was a fly. It was not. It was something that will help you in your garden. You might not have heard of parasitic wasp. Parasitic wasp. It's another name for a wasp that's a liberal. No, I kid. But it's a parasitic wasp. Okay? And you're looking at these on the microscopic level, but these are your friends. Wait till you see a parasitic wasp. And once again, in the book, we give you for each of them, and there's probably 50 of these predatory items you need. And you feel silly when you look at them. You look at some of these thinking, oh, damn bug, and you kill it. And you don't realize they're there to help. They don't hurt you. They make your garden thrive. But see, with pesticides and stuff, we kill them all. You can stop that. But all of them, we give you the 20 plants that will attract them, absolutely guaranteed. And a lot of them cross over between the insects. So let me introduce you to parasitic wasp. This is killer. Literally, killer.
Our story starts here, in an allotment in England. Gardeners face many challenges when growing crops. And one of them is this: the cabbage white butterfly. Or rather, they're caterpillars.
You know, if you ever planted cabbage, broccoli, anything like that, these son of a bitches will decimate you.
Our story starts here, in an allotment in England. Gardeners face many challenges when growing crops. And one of them is this: the cabbage white butterfly. Or rather, they're caterpillars. These insects have a voracious appetite and can easily strip entire plants of their leaves. But the smell of the caterpillar's saliva, when mixed with chewed up plant matter from a cabbage or radish, will attract visitors. This is Coetzee glomerata, a type of solitary wasp. And she's looking for somewhere to lay.
We're only a minute into it, but and you'll have to go through that minute again. But let me tell you something. Most people, when they see this wasp, freak out. Oh no, it's a wasp, but I'm going to get stung. No, you're not. This is why you have to learn these things. But you'll see that wasp. You'll see it. I've done it myself. Now that I know, I'm like, was I stupid? Won't sting you, but will defend your food supply. God made an answer for everything.
Our story starts here, in an allotment in England. Gardeners face many challenges when growing crops. And one of them is this: the cabbage white butterfly. Or rather, they're caterpillars. These insects have a voracious appetite and can easily strip entire plants of their leaves. But the smell of the caterpillar's saliva, when mixed with chewed up plant matter from a cabbage or radish, will attract visitors. This is Coetzee glomerata, a type of solitary wasp. And she's looking for somewhere to lay her eggs. Caterpillars like these do not make easy prey. They are much bigger and stronger than the wasps. As well as being incredibly aggressive. The first round goes to the caterpillar. The wasp is lucky to escape with her life. And yet, despite these dangers, the wasp presses on. She is determined. And rightly so. This is the single most important thing she will ever do in her short life. All she needs is a few uninterrupted seconds in which to lay. And that's exactly what she gets. And just like that, it's over. The wasp has taken a beating, but she has been successful. Outwardly, the caterpillar will appear completely normal. It will feed and grow as usual. But under the surface, the wasps are working. For 2 weeks now, they have been feeding on the caterpillar's non-essential tissues, and now they are ready for the next stage of their lives. It's time for them to emerge. The larvae release a chemical that paralyzes the caterpillar. Its skin is tough and thick. But the wasps have evolved sharp, chitinous teeth that allow them to bore through it. Once they're through to the surface, they begin wave-like contractions of their bodies from front to back. This helps the grubs to wriggle their way out, segment by segment. A female wasp can lay up to 50 eggs in a single caterpillar. Once they're most of the way out, the larva will begin to produce a golden silk. They're spinning cocoons in which to pupate. As they extract themselves, the wasp grubs do not spill a single drop of blood. Incredible as it sounds, despite suffering such a horrific ordeal, the caterpillar is still alive. Only now, it is in the thrall of the wasp. Using its own silk, it will reinforce the wasp cocoons.
I could keep on going. Pretty amazing, isn't it? It makes you think that, God thought of everything. Everything's there. We can learn from nature. Remember, all of these stages happen at different times. And so you have many of these caterpillars in different stages. So it all starts to work in cycles, and literally day after day after day, it all starts feeding on itself and taking care of this incredible balance. And the reason you're taking care of this incredible balance is to create incredible abundance. This is what it's all about. And this cycle gets repeated in your garden. So we took the time to teach everybody about this and some of the things you never think of, right? Etc. And you would have thought, you're right. People are saying, I would have thought that was caterpillar babies. Those things that are decimating your cabbage crops, your broccoli crops, whatever, why you can't do it, and they're all holed up. Here's some abundance.
So this front part here is what I call a fedge. It's a fruit hedge. And it was designed actually for my neighbors to steal the fruit. And so when they're walking along here, this has recently been harvested, but you can literally get about 50 pounds of cherries off of each and every one of these shrubs.
Most people don't know that you have cherries that grow on bushes, Nantan, literally. And they grow abundantly. These are some of the lower levels. Remember, I told you this is about different levels of surface. These are some of your understory levels, right? What's called your shrub layer, which we teach you about in the book. But all of these work, again, they work symbiotically.
So this front part here is what I call a fedge. It's a fruit hedge. And it was designed actually for my neighbors to steal the fruit. And so when they're walking along here, this has recently been harvested, but you can literally get about 50 pounds of cherries off of each and every one of these shrubs.
Let me show you some of the stuff on his inside. He does his in his yard.
These leaves sell for an incredible amount of money for tea, and you can make really nice tea out of them. And if you actually crush the berries once they're producing with the leaves and then put hot water on there, it's a very medicinal plant. And the Russian military used to use this with their pilots to improve eyesight. And if you look Seebuckthorn up online, you'll find all sorts of incredible medicinal benefits from it.
Remember, you do this right, it not only becomes your perpetual food forest, it becomes your medicine cabinet as well. And in the book, we cover all of these. Like many of you, I can tell in chat, have never known that cherries can grow on bushes as well. Little smaller, but still cherries.
So this front part here is what I call a fedge. It's a fruit hedge. And it was designed actually for my neighbors to steal the fruit. And so when they're walking along here, this has recently been harvested, but you can literally get about 50 pounds of cherries off of each and every one of these shrubs.
So in chapter 43 in the book, we teach you how to lay out, right? How to lay out, and you do, and yes, you rotate your berries. No, black and red or whatever. Anyway, we give you samples of all kinds of plants where people have done their food forest. And we just show you what others have done. You learn what others have done. And I can keep on going. We give you all kinds of examples. You don't have to kind of, for all size yards, all stuff. It's all there. You can look at it and understand it. But more importantly, what we do is we provide you in chapter 44, it's all your design work. There it is. You design it and lay it out yourself. Doesn't matter how big or how small. And this is designed to go through multiple iterations, but you plan it out. And that's why it's an heirloom book, right? That's why it's an heirloom book. And by the way, everything's indexed. You can cross-verify everything we teach you, where to go do it, also down to the indexes when you want to look certain things up. And by the way, there are many of these little predatory pests that eat mosquitoes. And so this is why we when people see it, they just rave about the book. You'll see the links in chat. There's all different price ranges for the books, and people are raving about it. You can get the softbound, you can get the hardbound that I've been showing you. But this is the way, if you're going to take care of your family, right, etc., all the way down to the layout, every single bit of it we help you with. A book like this has never been written before that includes everything. This is a coffee table book, folks. This is what you set in your coffee table. Now, and I tell a lot of people, the first part of the book is dreaming. You don't have to get out and get your hands dirty. You may spend weeks dreaming and planning and noodling, or maybe you're going to do it next year, or etc., right? This is all about just understanding it, getting ready. Very, very, very simple. Very simple. And it's something that you can share with your family throughout the years. And because food forests produce forever, and I'm giving you multiple links because there are multiple versions to the book, okay? Multiple links, multiple versions of the books. You decide what's best for you. But this is what you're going to have to know, I believe, in your life. This is what you're going to have to know. These are the things that your grandparents, or actually great-grandparents now, knew inherently that we did or we had or we needed to do and learn, and people just got away from it. But I ask you, why would you just plant something? And oh, by the way, I just want to let you know, it's not like the government's going to fly from above and recognize your food forest, because it doesn't look like your normal way of doing gardens. It doesn't look like it at all. You're actually hiding your abundance. Now, I do have a version. If you want a autographed version, hang on one second. All the links will be in this one link I'm about to give you. If you want a customized autographed version, we'll be glad to do that for you. It takes a little bit. We've had people waiting on it only because, you know, I only got my copy yesterday or a day before yesterday. Where, you know, it started shipping, but we even had to wait on ours. But if you want a customized version for you, signed for you and dedicated for you, etc., like somebody said, you're my best gardening buddy. If somebody said, oh, Jovan, I love when you look at me naked, whatever you want it autographed for. Maybe that was Donna. I don't remember, but you can. So that's what the last link I gave you, and it has the same links to all of it. We're really proud of this work, but we did it because it didn't exist. And you don't need a book about spinach and tomatoes and any of that. You know that crap. You need to know what don't you plant together, what you do plant together, and all this other plant world out there that will attract those predatory insects. You need to have a rocking garden and not have your production eat up, and you need to know how to feed yourself. The ancients did. The ancients fed themselves better than us. Thrived, were fit, were thin, had incredible lives. None of the bullshit manufactured disease we have now. Right? We have to get back to it. This is something you leave for your kids and your grandkids. If you've got a little, look, folks, it can be your side yard, your backyard, your apartment deck. If you got a little spit of land or a big spit of land, it doesn't matter. This is something you pass on. In the real estate world now, in this type of environment, the more that you have things like this incorporated into your land, the more valuable your land becomes. But these will last. I did a program on it a few weeks back. I just showed you these will last if you take care of them and will regenerate themselves, and they've been known for thousands of years. Oh, by the way, I want to let you know, you don't have to keep the chickens out. See, you're gonna sprout your seeds, you're gonna plant them. But once your food forest takes hold, you'll want your chickens in there. I have tons of footage on it, right? It's amazing what you can do, and it's amazing that what works symbiotically. I've noticed that they attract more martins. I love martins. A standard martin will eat 30, 40,000 mosquitoes a day. It's amazing. I can put my guineas out there. My guineas love to run out there. Why? And why do you want your guineas? Because your guineas are going to wipe out ticks if you have ticks in your land, and they're going to wipe out all of your copperhead snakes and stuff. A lot of these insects I showed you, some of it's praying mantis or whatever, they'll go after and basically get your brown recluse, and will get your black widows. It all takes care of itself. It's the way nature's done, and it's why it thrives and has this underzone and whole bit. And it works within any environment, any level, etc. And for those of you in a colder climate, like me in Montana and stuff, when you're in a colder climate and you finally get your layering done and your food forest going, it extends your growing season because it actually generates its own heat system, because ironically, it's in a system of constant decay when you do it. And that's how nature does it and heats itself up. Anyway, this is the book, Food Forest Bible. We know we're in a food forest issue, that we need to do these things like food forest because food security is going out the door. You need to think about things like this. We need to go back in time. I've got many more coming out on this topic. I'm doing one literally just on mushrooms, how to make sure you know which ones to eat, how to grow them, and which ones are the look-alike fakes that are dangerous. We're doing one on all it is your outdoor medicine cabinet. These are the things you have to do, but we're approaching it differently. I don't need to tell you about spinach and corn and tomatoes and stuff like that. You don't. That's crap. You know that. I need you to use them the way that nature intended, and it's just going to introduce you to things you might not have ever heard, or plants you might not have ever thought about, where you can do this naturally. Anyway, I've given you the links, etc. I've given you the links. I appreciate every one of you, but as I've always said, we've got to survive this. Period. We've got to survive this. We have to go back to our roots in many ways. And this doesn't matter if it's just a 5x5 space in your backyard. Taking back control of your life, or just knowing this. Just knowing this. I have flown, and this is shameful, but I have flown to Berlin just to have dinner and to have incredible caviar for dinner and turn around and come back. I've done some very wasteful things in my life and lived a very wasteful life where I'm chauffeured and piloted and everywhere. There is nothing more. Oh, by the way, you can also grow coffee. When you get your food forest right, in some of the areas you can't grow coffee, you'll be able to grow your own coffee plant. When you learn how to do this, and you do things like this that mean something, I get no pleasure of having to have a private pilot and pop the family down to the beach, and it costs me 30 grand. At one point in your life, you go, oh, yeah, I got a private jet. Total bullshit. Total, absolute horseshit. You know what's real? Being productive. Taking care of yourself. Knowing you're safe and secure. Knowing you can help out your family, friends, and people next to you. There's a life worth living, and it's within everybody's reach. And I can tell you, it's the only thing that matters. It really is. And so out of adversity, just like out of what happened in 2020, all made us smartest patriots in the room about elections. You're right. Road dog, this crap is real. And it's coming. And you need to prepare, and you need to know you can do this. And this is the kind of book you can share with family and friends. You can do this together. You don't have to do it alone at all. You don't have to do it alone. But you do have to make sure you're prepared and you take care of yourself. Do me a favor, folks. Share this program. Thank you so very much for hanging around for this presentation and for making this the #1 bestseller this is. There's so much more in it. It would take me shows and shows to do. But remember, folks, we are at war, but we are all in this together, and we can do it.
Most people are afraid to stand up and speak out, but not you. you've been learning how to tell the system to cut the crap. What can I do to help save the America I love? And the answer is learn how to fight back and tell the system to cut the crap. Cut the Crap's not just a radio program, it's a movement. The right kind of movement, which breaks free the conservative constipation and reminds you that you are the majority, and we're just not going to take it anymore. Make sure you're following Jovan Hutton Pulitzer on all social media. See you next week, and between now and then, take a stand and tell them all to cut the crap.
260 million of you shop here weekly. And did you know you spend about $1,400 each year? 2.5 million of you shop here daily, and you give them $1,000 each year. Combined, that's $500 billion annually. And you think it's the American way to shop? Think again. Your hard-earned money is being funneled to bad organizations. The consumable products you buy, well, they're washing America down the drain. Think about where you spend your money. Folks, we have to save America from socialism. We need to make the woke go broke. First things first, and that's America first. You need to follow the money. You need to follow your money and make the woke go broke. So I will show you how to save America from socialism. Go to MakeWokeGoBroke.click. Yes, .click. MakeWokeGoBroke.click. MakeWokeGoBroke.click, and do it now.
Jovan HuttonPulitzer.locals.com is the only place a true patriot can stay informed, free of charge, without censorship. Over 18.5 million plays. It's Jovan Hutton Pulitzer.
It's absolutely a government triangulation. They are literally putting Mike Lindell in the crosshairs. They get to choose 250 ballots of their choosing. Now you have the facts and the information to educate them and to open their eyes to what's really happened. Even I had no idea how dirty they play this game of censorship until I lost my social media.
If you consider yourself to be a true patriot, it would be a crime not to visit JovanHuttonPulitzer.locals.com today.
I guarantee you, you will absolutely be the smartest patriot in the room.
This crazy world is telling you your sons can be daughters and your daughters can be your sons. When will the madness stop? Never. So you have to decide, will you comply or defy? They tell us all, you will own nothing, eat bugs, and be happy. Is this why America's largest food processing plants and food supply plants keep burning down? Do you really think this is a coincidence? Of course not. The system is telling us right to our faces what they have planned for us. You have a choice. Comply or simply defy their plan for us all. Defy the system's plan and execute your own plan. Abundant, safe, secure natural food supply. Introducing the Food Forest Bible. This bestseller by Jovan Hutton Pulitzer is the single most complete, executable, easy-to-follow plan for sustainable, self-managing food production for self-sufficiency and food security. For the first time ever, a coffee table, heirloom quality full color book which unlocks the ancient secrets of creating a food forest. Imagine planting in a way which requires no digging, no pesticides, and creates massive ancient food abundance. No fooling. Food forests are the ancient secret to planning and planting once. And have your own Garden of Eden, which will feed your families for decade after decade. Buck the system. Buck the New World Order and order your very own copy of Jovan Hutton Pulitzer's Food Forest Bible. Learn how to create a sustainable, self-managing, natural food production for self-sufficiency and food security for your family. Side yard, small yard, backyard, backlot, or even lots of acres, the Food Forest Bible works for everyone. Order on Amazon, hardcover, softcover, or ebook. Don't comply. Expertly defy the system.